Da. Hello. Sorry, I sat there for a while. I was talking with you. I was talking with Light. Hello. I was also messaging a bunch of people seeing if they're interested. Looks like it's just gonna be Light and I to start with. Hey. I'm just like, ha 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 ha. I don't know. I saw this and I was like, oh yeah, we're playing Lightbearers too. Also, this is not the right. So yeah, this is what was voted on by the poll. We got scary, we got platformer, we got multiplayer, and I'm like, okay, fine. Lightbearers too. Notice, press any key to skip at your own risk. Okay, epilepsy warning. Lightbearers 2 is a difficult game, but should be taken lightly. That's a funny way to put it. Contains the following: swearing, such as humor, puns, subliminal messaging, naked bears, drug references, mental health issues, lots and lots of flashing lights and imagery, poorly translated languages, misspellings, occasional bad grammar, and is overall a bit grandiloquent. Okay. Other players are real people, have humanity whilst interacting with them. Yay! That is a good. Okay, brightness, not visible, barely visible, very visible. Up there.
Tepe.
Player names for servers, studying the debauchery of player crafts server names. These seem that could be sensitive flags. Do you feel a heart rate increase by looking at any of the cape flags? If yes, you can hit the chat box and all of your problems will be solved. What? What do you... I am worried. This has a category on Twitch.
Let's see. It says tags for this game. It is action, multiplayer, first-person, third-party, 3D platformer, and FPS. Doesn't say anything about bad.
It doesn't, so I'm like, it should be fine.
Yeah, I think it's just the I think it's just like humor.
You played this before on stream too, didn't you? I played the first one on stream. This is the second one. Because I looked, I'm like, oh, second one came out, and I'm like, ah. Also, hang on. Capture window is a little bit off. Sorry, I needed to fix that. Checking the settings. Oh.
Mature content description. Developers describe this content like this. Lightbearer 2 contains the following: swearing, drug references, suggestive dancing, and humor.
Okay.
Oh yeah, slay, bitch!
Okay. Here we go. Oh, we have capes. Maple syrup and mousse?
Damn, you friggin' gorgeous!
Oh dear. Okay. Oh my god. Non-binary with an exclamation mark. So it's like, oh my gosh, I like that. You have pride.
Would that be imaginary binary, or is that a fractal? What is that? I know the question mark or exclamation mark means something, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it means not. So it's non-binary.
Ah. You're so smart. You're so smart.
Yeah. I'm kind of sad. I don't see a trans pride flag. I'm just like, oh. Hopefully that's not for any negative reason. Hopefully that's not for any, like, reason that it's not there.
Well, they have the non-binary out there already, so I mean,
Yeah,
That's
so, like, they have non-binary. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. No,
maybe that's why you have to buy the full game.
Ha!
Just if they had new capes and stuff in the full game, so that might be the reason.
Can I get this in a small?
Hi, Cortez. Hey, Cortez, did you want to join?
I'm still downloading, so I am late to the
Yeah.
party.
I'm just like, oh, that's funny. Okay, lateral brace. Oh, okay.
I'm kind of wondering.
Hi, Star-Blighted Nebula. Let's see. I'm gonna
I'm
do.
kind of wondering
What are you wondering?
if multiplayer, if it's just gonna be me against you, or if it's actually gonna be like other bots or something. Because if it's just gonna be me and you, I, it doesn't seem it's gonna be as fun if it's just two players, like me against you. You know, because it might be for like a bigger party, like 10 people, or this like
Yeah.
We'll find out once we get in the game if it's gonna be how it's gonna be.
Okay. Hiding place. Oh wait, hiding place. Hide in some places. Look up for stars. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, it's not. Oh, that's occupied. That's what occupied. If bears, if Lightbearers touched by shadow, they'll start transforming. Save them before this happens by touching them.
Touch the bear.
These cards are bad news if you're a light bear. Avoid them unless you become a shadow bear. Hi Lily, how you doing? Practical subjects are interval like the step crystal. Aye. Whee! Okay.
To the pool of light. You've done it. You're
Easy peasy tutorial. Do they have a tutorial for the shadows? I don't think they
Oh,
do.
hey, you're back.
Lily, snacky friend. Okay, so let's see how setting the. Oh, yep, I can host game. There we go. So we have. Movement has adjusted to be more like Lightbearers 1. Resembles the horrifying atmosphere that Lightbearers 1 had. No sprint, no slide, no shadow portal direct teleport. Lightbearers wall, one wall jumping, slower falling. Less area control. The shadow cannot wall jump. Yeah, it's fast-paced gameplay and the way the game was designed to be played. Play Legacy for a slower pace experience. Okay. Wait. Light favorite or shadow favorite? Hang on, I want to be even. Beginner friendly. Let's start with beginner friendly. Then. So here we go. Let's make the server name. Server name is gonna be Celestial Circus.
We have a new multiverse to explore, and the circus has a new portal to the Lightbearer world.
1 second. Dogs are being. Hello, dogs. Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to take care of dogs. Yeah. Okay, so. Password. What should the password be?
Honk.
Honk. There you go. Honk. All lowercase. What are the maximum number of players in your game? Maximum. Gosh, what are you going about? Sorry about that. Dog was being dog. But yeah, I can't do, like, adjust map playlist. I can't do that. Adjust chaos confusion. I can't do that. But minimal players 2, maximum players of 16. There we go. I don't think we're gonna hit the maximum, but you know, whatever. And adjust shadow bands. Oh. If like any shadows we don't want to deal with, we can just ban them. Okay. Okay, it's hosting game. Hang on. I should do like a password is. There we go. I don't know how to pin that from like what I'm looking at. OBS is like, no for that stuff. I was like, why? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Like this. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, whatever. Anyways. We're just kind of waiting. We're waiting for Light to finish. Hey, Light, how's your download? Aha!
I'm okay. What the heck?
Yay, Starblighter joined. Yay. Okay, I also don't know how to like. Oh, nice. Oh, 3 people. Selecting the first shadow of the night. Gonna be me.
So yeah, it is just gonna be whoever joins. So it's gonna be like a 1 versus 1 or 1 versus 2 now.
Yep.
According to my accountant, we are a no-profit company.
Yay!
Corruption. At 10 stacks of corrupting, you begin transformation. Huh. Asset prevents you from getting any buffs. Okay.
Yeah. So let's
You're
see.
not fat. You're just housing potential energy.
Okay, so there are a bunch that you cannot play with like without having the DLC, but that's fine.
Be very wary of me boomstick. It might go off.
What the heck?
Be very wary of my boomstick. I don't know if this. Why is there a duck? Whack. Ah! Duck! Duck! You teleport to. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be finding people. I don't think it's just a duck. Oh, wait, hi. Yeah. Damn it, get back here. Where'd you go?
Wouldn't you like to know?
This isn't rum.
I very much would like to know. Yeah. Wait.
Welcome aboard. Make
What
yourself
happens?
at home, me hearties. You'll be here a while.
What happened?
I hit a shadow token thingy.
Oh, you touched a shadow thingy. Okay. Okay, you know what? I don't know what happened either, Nebula.
I touched the shadow token thingy. We lost because I touched the shadow token.
Ah.
I'm guessing you touched the other one already? You touched the Starblight already?
I don't
This is
know.
just
This
a,
running around is doing my head in, though I do enjoy the screams.
Ratata.
I didn't get to fix my button controls.
Oh dear.
Woo, let's go.
Whee. Uh-oh. What, Gabe, where am I? What am I doing?
I'm all that
Aha.
remains.
Wait, who's dying?
Me.
Ah, frick. What? Oh dear. Whee!
I'm getting points for doing something. Ah! Oh, you got caught.
GG
The
boys.
person that makes fun of statues
Easy.
people is trying to drum
Where's
off
the exit?
business by employing intrigue by not revealing everything right away. They said, wouldn't you like to know?
I don't know what the thing
Might
is.
be lightning, possibly lightning, not lightning.
I guess I'm the shadow this time.
I guess you're the shadow, yeah.
What is this, some kind of intervention? It's not working.
That's me.
Yeah.
Whoopsie!
Ratata.
Blessing pad! Everyone for themselves!
Aha.
Instant shadow bears coming up.
Way.
I'm our last hope!
Frick, where are you? Okay.
Shadow bears.
Whoosh!
No. Oh, frick, I don't like being here. This place doesn't seem nice. Ah!
Gotcha! Gotcha! Tag!
And now you're all better bears. Just not better than me. Never better than me.
Never better than me. Alright. Let's see. Oh, settings. Customize? Oh. Oh, I can check the host menu later. Host menu. Shadow bands, change map. Oh yeah, I can change the map. Okay. Yay!
Yeah, I'm thinking this is gonna be a lot better game with multiple people, not just a couple.
Yeah.
Because it's just one against everybody, but it's like corruption. You get to people, you get corrupted a little bit. That's game over.
Hi. Also, yeah. Anybody watching, you can jump in if you want. Ah! Let's see. What other game? What other? Yay.
I was in a work. What are you supposed to
Don't
do?
waste your time
No
running.
bots option? I didn't see any option for bots.
Single player probably
You
only.
think you're safe?
Oh my gosh, I have a laser! Why do I have a laser? And now I just have to find you. Hello! Oh my gosh, I'm so slow.
I'll just leave this here.
me just look around and be like, say hello to me about it. Wait, hang on.
This ends now. A little more time. Halt! Stay there! You're but a speck from up here.
Yeah. Okay. I'm having a hard time seeing where. How are you avoiding me so easily? Frick. Ah! Wait, where'd he go? Wait!
Haha, I'm bound to hit someone.
Laser!
Hold on.
Yay, I have a laser! Okay, so now the question becomes, where's... Wait, who, did I hit you, Light?
No.
Ah, frick,
I
where
know
the heck are
nothing.
you?
I see nothing.
Where the heck are you?
Stop them before they reach the light pool.
Uh-oh. I don't know where the light pool is. The pool of light. Oh, yeah, I know where the pool of light is. I don't know where the pool of light is. Ah! What? Hey, I kind of not see the pool of light?
It's the giant beam of light, Sally.
I don't see it! Well, that's interesting.
It's that beam of light right there in front of you.
I don't see it there, beam of light. Huh.
It was a portal on the ground. Remember the tutorial? It had the little thing you jumped at the very end?
Yeah.
It showed up on my map at least, but that's just because it's probably my map.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh dang it!
Possibly, maybe not, maybe, possibly. Lightbearers take the blessing pad for a reward. Shadow portals petrify in front of them when exited. 5-second cooldown. Oh.
I'm just going to kill you a little bit.
See ya.
Ah, no, I fell. No.
We gotta get to that blessing pad. Whoosh.
Whoosh. Ah! What's... Oh my god! Ah! Ah, this is frick! Ah, the fuck! Where am I? What happened?
La 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 la, what I found. La 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 la. Don't look now. There's a blessing pad. La 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 la. Zing.
Ah.
Can't do that now. Whoopsie.
No. Ah!
Zing.
Oh, frick!
Look.
I know!
Useful.
Ah!
See ya.
Oh, frick! Oh gosh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Bear dash. Can't do that now.
R.E.P.O. Yeah. Yeah, this is like very light bear favored. Yep. Oh gosh, David!
Nice, let's do this.
Ah! Ah gosh!
Gotcha, both!
Also, demon touching butt. And now! For anybody that wants to join, this is Lightbearers 2. We're playing on the Celestial Circus, and the password is honk.
And we are playing the free versions. You don't gotta buy the full version.
Yeah,
That is important.
that is an important detail. Shadow vision. Shadow bears can passively see light bears. Collect bear orbs for a buff. When a light bear escapes, a shadow bear is cleansed. I don't get just installed speed bumps in front of their house. Jumping. You could jump.
You can't outrun 8 legs.
I've not seen this game. Ah.
Can't have enough spirit orbs.
Wait, what? Oh, I tried to like interact with E and instead of press F. Oh gosh!
Whoopsie.
Back spiders, kill it!
Your body.
We are running away from spiders.
I touched
Ah!
the moon.
Ah! Frick. Oh gosh.
Run, buddy, run.
Ah! Khakis. I got cat!
Nobody gets through.
Yeah, I'm now evil.
Don't forget the spirit orbs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't get away. I couldn't get away.
This couldn't end any other way.
Did you get me, Sally? Is that what?
No. Light was the absolute fucking best. Nebula was a dream walker.
I escaped the pool of light one time.
I was speed him and went 37 washing machines per second. What do you mean 37 washing machines?
What did you do, Sally?
I went to the washing machine, I guess. Yeah. I remember this map from the first game.
Why is it just me and you?
That's because Nebula was the last shadow.
Ah, I always forget that. I was like, why is it just me and you? Did they drop out? Light bears can run and sprint on walls. Run to the wing for points. Immortal snails? What was that?
Such nice beers. I just want to hurt you.
Snails will chase you. Yeah. I got distracted.
See ya.
What's that constant meow noise?
The mimic, probably the monster.
Oh, probably. Dang it. That bubble makes it very hard to be the mimic.
Whoosh.
Whoosh!
Beardash.
Yay! I haven't seen the snails yet. The immortal snails. Oh,
I almost got the bear.
that felt good.
I almost got.
Where did all the little bears go? I was
You know what the
having
problem was?
fun.
I fell too far and I went splat and I couldn't move for a second.
Bench mimic. Could be light, maybe light, might be light, not light, possibly light. Knock. All bears are given impulse grenades. Got a big set of knockers. Shadow Bear's capacity see Lightbearer outlet.
Get in my mouth.
Ayo?
It's not recommended for this map.
I declare a turf war.
Ah!
Gotcha.
Ow! Frick.
Already? What the heck?
What? What happened?
Down, 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 down in the deep.
Okay.
It's just me and you, Sally.
Oh, Nebula left. Okay. Hmm.
Like I said, this is getting a bit, you know, just two of us playing. It's
Let's
harder.
see. Big ban, shadow bans, but I can't add bots.
Maybe, is that a full player thing? Maybe.
No, but it would. It seems like they're just not bots. Either that, or it might be something I have to set when making the lobby.
Maybe you want to back out and see if there's bots.
Yeah, let's back out, see if there's bots.
Yummy one so fast.
Okay. Let's see. So if I host game, I can set it to like sandbox modes or like chaos. Let's see. I can see the maps. The web search doesn't show there being any bots. Oh. Ra-ta-da. Okay. That's a little bit like...
Yeah, it's a little bit.
I don't know. Without bots, it's a little bit... no idea. But anyways, different map. I want to keep playing a little bit. Give people a chance to pop in if they want to.
Yeah, like I said, this is a um definitely coming down to like it's very hard to play with the type of game which you at least need like 3 or 4 people, maybe 4 people.
Yeah, maybe. Might be celestial, could be celestial, probably be celestial, not celestial. I like it to be.
Chain corruption. On football punishment, there's like rare mind melt applied to them. Running through rings for points, airheads.
Running makes light bears
Running ma-
slowly lose gravity. Oh, I like that. Yay.
Hey, who wants the best high five ever? Yeah?
Best high five ever. Let's go.
It's magic, eh? Ground pound!
Yeah.
Don't say I didn't warn ya.
I don't know what that did. Yeah.
Super boob smash!
Super boop smash. Oh, is this like a teleporting?
Oh yeah, you're mine
Oh, it
now.
is. Nice.
This might hurt, eh? Ta-da!
Oh, you slowly go up through the tractor beam, I see. Now the question is, where the heck are you?
I am hiding.
Yes, I kind of figured. Okay. I have no idea where you are.
You better start stopping.
Wow. I like these racing loops. They're giving me a good idea of what the map looks like.
Yeah.
Eh.
Supposed to give you points.
Take
Like
a
the first
break,
door.
my old chap.
Did anything just
Oh,
happen
there's
to
just a
you?
bullet. No, it says stop moving in 3, 2, 1. I'm guessing if I will stop moving, something will happen bad to me, so I stop moving.
Ah.
That's your special ability. Whatever your ability does, I'm supposed to stop moving. If I'm not stop moving,
buddies.
that's an advantage for you. If I'm stopping somewhere,
Open. Don't you dare let them get away. Flat beers incoming.
I got it. No, I touched it. That's not fair. I touched it.
I
You saw me
booped ya.
touch it.
You betcha.
I would say it's buzzer beater, and they ruled in my favor.
I was hiding on that roof the entire time.
Oh my
Basically.
gosh. Yeah?
I circled around. A little bit, found stuff, just kept circling around, and then I got booped up there. And I landed on the roof. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm on the roof.
Gotta raise the roof.
Again, you?
Yeah. I guess it
There's a little
resets
shadow
after
in
like
all of you.
everyone's had a turn.
Let me be the one to dig it out.
I be the pirate.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. Whee! No. Over.
It's time to blow me load.
It's time to blow me. Oh, wait. Is this? What is?
I keep me gun squeaky clean. I'll be keeping me good eye on your bare booties.
Oh my gosh. Game. I'll be keeping me good eye on your bare booties. Oh, you're tough.
I swear it went off by itself.
Just, I'm like, where the heck are you? Yeah, this definitely does feel like more players would give it like more. Because then the shadow would have more targets, and like if
Yeah.
the shadow could get one of them, then it would be like the shadow has like people to help.
Allies.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's basically tag or
Yeah.
hide and seek. Where it's like hide and seek tag. Where if you find somebody, you found the buddy, and then now they have a certain time to revive them.
Yeah.
With love from me to you.
But yeah, I have legitimately no idea where you are. Like, I cannot see you.
I am aware of that. I am highly aware of that.
I'm gonna watch TV.
Yarr.
Yarr.
Don't take orders. Ooh, the booty shot.
Oh, pirate obsessed with talking about booze.
Right. They're escaping.
Oh, huh?
Was it good for you too?
I was hiding in that corner the entire time.
You and you and the little one in the back. You're coming with me.
Just like that was incredibly awkward timing. I was at your spot, the second the light portal spawned, I was like, oh no.
I knew you were next to me. The special thing we had was, oh, what the heck? The special thing we had available. Okay, something happened.
Shadow team cannot see the pool of light. That's what happened when I couldn't see it. You
Sadly,
can click on it and re-roll it. Are you okay?
I am stuck.
Oh.
The game is frozen. I can't. Okay, so what happened is it happened again. My my game is frozen
Oh.
because of it wants to access my webcam, and I cannot click on the
Why am I still
thing
here?
to
The
say
clock's
yes.
ticking.
Wait. The game wants access your
It's
webcam?
closing. Well, we
Yeah,
gotta
no,
look
it was
at the
basically
Now, let's get
the
this
permissions
over with.
for microphone and camera and stuff.
Oh.
Oh yeah, we can transform and hide.
So I couldn't do anything.
What are you blind? do, you jerk!
Yeah.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Oh, I see the giant laser.
Over here, you big spooky bastard!
Yeah.
Find something else to do, you jerk!
Then I'm just taunting over and over again.
What are you, blind? This is fun. Too slow! Ooh, I hate you so much!
I
Hear
have a
the
problem.
taunting, by the way.
You can hear the taunting.
Yes. You get points for taunting.
Find something
Yes,
else
I
to
do.
you jerk!
So I'm just constantly taunting, be like points.
What are you, blind?
No one escapes my sight.
Over here, you big spooky bastard!
Is that a giant orb of stuff?
Find something else to do, you jerk!
Yes.
Ah.
What are you, blind?
So you do know I could be a prop in this mode, right? Right now, that's one of the
Can't
things.
get away from this one.
So
Find something else to do, you jerk!
I am
hear you. Close by.
I am currently not like a bear.
Over here, you big spooky bastard!
I hate the flying orb, by the way.
Nowhere to run,
Ah.
nowhere to hide.
Too slow! Over here, you big spooky bastard!
Like,
Find something else to do, you jerk!
maybe we should be playing like shadow favored because like this is a little frick.
Success, victory, huzzah, excelsior.
Excelsior! Are points just for brag rights or are they something you spend on something? Points are
Give me something
basically. Well, we're unlocking a lot. But points decide like which player wins the overall round.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like it's cooperative kind of, but it's also like it's a little
It's
bit
one versus enemy.
yeah. It's a little bit like you're still competing against everyone else.
Well, if you help somebody, you get extra points for helping somebody. It's not like you.
Yeah.
There's no sense to not help somebody.
And if you get captured, you lose points. Yeah. Hati seems like an actual good strat, including in this case with just 2 players, yeah. Bears can fire translocation as trans bears. Heimdall's watch. When bears tag, Heimdall will save them.
Nope. No.
You're like, nope, just
No.
Just admit that you're tired of glowing and being stupid.
Eh.
See, I had motion detector, which is what you had last time. When you crouch, it will actually tell you where you were, and you're like bouncing closer to me. I'm like, oh, I'm dead here. Sally's right next to me. I'm about to die.
Like a Tron disc.
It never gets old.
Yeah.
Why wait when you can be
Heads
better
up!
right now?
Is this like... My initial thought is backrooms. And then I'm like, no, this is different.
Bear dash! I like it!
Dang it! I didn't teleport away in time. Frick.
What's the best part about not being a light bear, you ask? Forgetting how to lose.
Forgetting how to lose. That's not how that works. That's not quite
what I
how
said.
that works. But
That's not what my bear said.
oh well, I could hear that being what said. What? Yeah.
Yeah, it said, I'm the greatest bear ever, the light bear ever. And then something
Ah.
said,
Hmm.
whoa, you might want to get rid of that radiant blade.
Run, run, boo-hoo, I don't want to be a shadow bear. Oh, shut it.
Yeah.
Never play dodge the shadow ball.
I have no idea what that is.
There's a shadow blade that runs around that's going to cause blindness.
Let's just see you try to outrun me. A turret a day keeps the light bears away.
Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta.
Halt, you annoying little pukes. Oh yes, like bears in a barrel. I have an insatiable urge to go fast.
Gotta go fast. Ah! Get back!
You need to stop.
What the heck? I was looking at you, and all of a sudden my green got filled. My screen got my.
Yeah, I got jumped down. I went splat, and I couldn't
Right.
move. And then I got corrupted, and then I couldn't get out.
Words. Words are hard.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's see. We have loud hiders. Lightbearers loudly react to being seen by a shadow member. Oh. Friends randomly assign the role of rogue, warrior, or wizard. Oh, that seems like more people. Just reroll Heimdall's watch.
I'm gonna be flying around like with no gravity.
Running around at the speed of sound. Got places that you gotta follow my rainbow.
Why does no one ever want to play with us?
Why is no one ever want to play?
You're oh so very outnumbered. Whoosh!
Oh. Ha ha ha! Hello.
A gift from us to you.
Yeah. How did I lose track of you so easily? Where the heck did he go?
I'm that good. I'm that
You're
good,
that-
Sally.
Hi. Frick. Yeah!
We are south. Come here.
I saw you go in that box.
Whee!
Bye bye.
Yeah, get back here! Ew. How'd I miss you? Ah!
Come here.
Oh my gosh, you were so floaty.
Air dash.
That
Told you,
airhead
Sally.
was not a joke.
No escape.
What the heck?
I told you, Sally. I am
You
that
did.
good, Sally.
You're so freaking. Ah.
We carry so much disease. Try 1 or 10.
I heard you. Ah. Yeah. Ah, frick. Trying to find where you are. Where the heck are you?
Come here. Blast off.
Back up.
How did she open it? This cannot happen again. Stop them!
Ah! Get back here! Get back here! Dang it! Wah! I was like, where the heck are you
What is it?
going?
Like, how'd you learn you that quickly? Like, the first time he lost me, Sully, I was in a box.
Dang it.
How the hell is it that quickly? I was in a box.
Object permanence. When bears tag, TNT spawn at their feet. Oh, dang. Bears bounce off of the mighty Quacken! Full Shadow Bird transformation closes light break against immunity. Well, that doesn't mean.
Yeah, we've rolled that one.
Magical blade flies around, binding a shadow line player that stares at it. They teleport to recently attacked players. Oh.
You damn right I'm cold. I gots to be.
I'm a penguin. I'm a penguin.
Squawk!
I have snowballs.
Ow.
That is one bouncy looking duck.
Gosh, it's stuck.
See ya. Whoosh.
What the heck?
Whee!
What the heck?
Teleport recently attacked players is ever useful to. Ah! No, you stayed here! Whee! Oh, frick. Whee!
That's
What
creepy.
are you, blind? Over here, you big spooky bastard.
Dun, 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 dun. Guess once you do manage to attack, you can follow them by teleporting? Maybe.
Find something else to do, you jerk. Haha, too slow.
Yeah!
Bear dash.
Yeah. Hoppa! Okay,
I hate
so
you so much.
I just taunt constantly.
Whoosh.
Oh. That feels mean. This feels mean.
Haha, too slow. Over here, you big spooky bastard. What are you, blind?
I heard that, Sully.
Yeah?
Find something else to do.
What are you gonna do?
I lost.
Oh, I hate you so much.
Ah!
Run forever, Stanley.
I can run as long as I want.
Whee!
The only limit is my lifespan. Ah!
Something else to do, you jerk!
And how long my legs can survive without, you know, caving.
Bear dash! Over here,
Pool
you
of
big
light
spooky
has opened.
bastard!
Uh-oh.
Oopsie!
Ah, no!
Here we go! See ya! Right!
Where the heck is it?
Almost there!
Aha!
You're safe!
I got you. I know I had you. I was there.
I was there too. Yeah. Yay!
I was a dream walker. Oh, we can vote on top.
Oh. Huh?
This is a fun game, but we need more people.
It does need more people.
You know you're looking
Counterpoint, I have a giant bow now.
A what?
I am doing quick customize.
How do you do that? How do you do that? Oh, I see it. Okay. I think after this next round, we should. I don't want to. This is. I want to play, but it's not.
You don't want to play
It's just
this?
me and you playing. Yeah, me and you playing is just like.
You want to play like the other thing we had in mind that we were just
I'm
thinking?
on your team. Promise.
It's gonna be the same thing, isn't it?
No. That
It's
one's
with
different.
players.
Road class, reporting in!
Oh, I'm a rogue!
Bye-bye.
I'm a rogue!
Pocket snow!
What does a rogue do?
I can throw pocket snow and I can go disappear. Opa! Meow.
Run!
Ow.
What are you, blind? Too slow! Heads up!
Oh, frick. Hi.
Oh, I hate you so much! Cloaking.
What are you doing? Don't run away, little one.
Meow. I'm still alive.
Find
Somehow.
something else to do, you jerk!
Yeah. Yeah, this seems like a fun game, but nobody's playing it.
Yeah.
Nobody seems interested. Yeah.
I just want your pretty lights.
I'm gone. Over here, you big spooky bastard! Too slow!
Ah!
Toodles! Oh, I hate you so much!
Ooh, fire.
Find something else to do, you jerk!
Whee.
What are you, blind?
Ah! What the heck?
I was a tree. I was a tree. You ran by me like
Oh,
twice.
nice and
You ran by me
dark,
like
just
twice.
the way I like it.
I forgot you could do that. And I was just like, I'm just running around. And it's like, all of a sudden the tree moves out. Oh, my God.
I was a tree like almost all the time, and then I turned to the bears. the other that mimic is pretty good. Like it's got the thing to turn into a fellow bear, and then
Yeah.
it's got one that's like I'm down, and you try to go revenge me, but I'm actually the shadow.
Uh-oh. Got airheads.
I'm just gonna be flying around the entire time. You're the terror.
Ah, you won't get away!
Yeah.
Definitely does not have mother issues. What the heck?
Definitely does not. Yeah. Okay, so I assume I don't know what this one is.
Nuh-uh, you're going the wrong way!
Oh yeah. Okay, so that sucks things towards me.
Pew pew pew, I'm going to shoot you!
At the pew pew.
Take a load off and slow down!
Oh, that one slows you down. Okay.
Tui! Come on down! You're the next victim on the shadow is
What the
light!
heck?
I'm trying to figure out where you are by sucking.
A-O.
Very much AO.
If it wasn't a competition type game, I'd let you.
You like sucky sucky, little bosom buddies? What's the rush? Let's take things slower. Dodge this, you dim-witted dummies! Get a
So,
load of
I
my
assume-
bear-seeking bolts!
I assume with whatever a projectile the shadow has,
Bang bang, you're dead!
It,
I am
slow-
but a
it corrupts
floating
you.
head!
because I remember we saw that earlier, it said
Am
the
I
chain
making
corrupts
you
you
late for
transform, so
something?
if you can't actually touch the bear, touching the bear is instant transformation. But shooting them, damaging them gets you corruption, and then when you get full corruption, then it's like you don't have to actually touch them anymore.
Get a load of my bear-seeking bolts!
Bear seeking bolts. They're not doing anything.
Time to stop and smell the shadow!
Well, that's like auto lock on. Once you see me, you can shoot them, then
I
they'll
knew
just
you
take
bears
that.
were stupid, but not this slow. Time to come here. I'd like to have. It's lights out for the Lightbearers! Ha ha ha!
Ah ha ha!
The light pool. Don't let them get away.
Nuh-uh-uh. Take your time.
Laters!
Yeah, this is.
So I'm hiding for so long. It goes unseen, shadow, and then the next level is my father.
My father. Like,
Because
oh.
I haven't been seen in so long, so you become the father. Oh my god. I was hiding behind a tree. So
Oh my gosh. Okay.
I kept seeing you go right around me. I'm like, oh my god.
Hmm.
Oh wait, you're the shadow again.
Yeah.
If the MVB survives, all Lightbearers earn points. What the heck?
Hmm.
What the heck? Oh, actually, I can't hide no more if you're gonna do it in shadow vision.
I have no idea what's happening to
I
my.
never want to be the MVP again. Please.
I'm not the MVP no more. My abilities got suppressed. So I couldn't sprint dash. I couldn't do nothing. I kept blinking in and out. Whatever you were doing, Sally, I was blinking. I couldn't see.
Dang.
The whole
Yeah,
screen would go black.
that's a scary shadow. Like you could try the watcher just so I can see what the watcher does.
I was gonna do another one. You know the
Oh,
one that I
yeah.
was that when I was chasing you in the other map, something was there that I'd always look when I was like look at you. It would have something on the screen that popped out. That
You should
I couldn't do anything
probably
about.
like re-roll the stealth bears, I guess.
No, I don't need that. That's not.
Ah. So let's see who you're gonna pick. Aha!
I want to try this one because I didn't get to do this one.
I can taste you already.
Ah, that one. I can taste you already.
You know I'm looking good.
Spider leap and spiderling bomb.
What are you, blind?
Oh, frick!
Take that.
Yeah. Ah! I died pretty fast there.
Oh yes, my babies will.
You came to taunt me in my face, Ellie. What do you think was gonna happen?
I mean, it was worth it. Rah.
Okay. I'm
You
level
done?
9 now, Sally.
I'm
Yeah,
still
we're
level
done.
8. Okay. But you see my bow? I have a massive bow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
was fun. You
That
know
is
what?
fun.
You know what?
What?
We should get this one to Wackerly for the monthly collab.
Oh, you're right.
That would be something
Perhaps
amazing.
could be it.
Since we have lots of people play, then we can just lots of people and then boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. So, here's the question. Overall question. Ha ha ha. I forget what it was. Oh yeah. We were looking at a different game as well. Do you want to try that or not?
Well, that's a scary game. This is a scary game, but this is not a scary game because it doesn't have. It's not. It's scary to the point of where it's the corrupted bears, like fighting the shadows and stuff. What was the other game? Climb the back. Back.
Yep,
That one. I saw some of the videos on it. That is actually scary.
Ah. Okay.
It has darkness, shadows, and it has creatures that come after you. Solving the puzzles is all great and everything, but when it's got the things chasing you and it's like scary, I'm like it's scary.
Oh.
I will buy it for you, because it is a platformer game. I know how you love platformers.
Yep. That's just one we were talking about earlier. By the way, chat. Just off stream, we were talking about what to do.
Yeah.
So
I will give it to you here shortly. Select gift recipient.
that is, if you're like, we're gonna put that one aside. then I think R.E.P.O. Say something.
So you're gonna go to even a scarier game.
Uh,
R.E.P.O. scary. You're just trying to
Yeah.
scare me accidentally.
The theme, one of the themes that was given in the poll was scary.
Well, whoever gave you the theme should be playing.
my community voted on the poll. It's a community poll.
Exactly. So the community should be in here.
Ah. Are you willing to play R.E.P.O. with me?
I can try, but I will be crying and screaming the entire time. Do I even have R.E.P.O? That's the question. I thought I bought it one time, and I never got to play with anybody.
Well, then now's your chance.
There's an update that happened today for R.E.P.O.
Today?
Yes. R.E.P.O.
Oh.
update.
I knew about the monsters update that updated a couple days ago, but like,
Oh, maybe it's just news with a new update. Maybe I don't know.
oh yeah, it could
I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared.
I scared. I'm clown. Wah, wah, wah. Yes. Password? Hunk. Okay, like, once you jump in, let me know.
Okay. Okay. Like I said, if let's see, is it public game or private game?
Private game, you're gonna join friends.
Why wouldn't it let me? Oh. What? Oh. What?
What?
Okay, what the heck? Alright, join friend, and then it. What the heck?
Uh-oh.
Join game?
Right.
That way? Maybe? Maybe?
It says player joining,
Maybe.
and then it says no.
It says loading on my screen right now.
Oh.
I think it went.
Yay! Can you hear me? Heck.
I need to mute something, don't I?
Yeah. I heard something.
Okay. Hold on. I hear echo. So I need to mute.
Yay!
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Scared.
I'm scared. I'm clown. Yeah.
Just one round.
I like this game.
Okay. I said I can probably do one round. If I'm by myself, I'm gonna be crying and screaming.
Okay. I'll stick with you.
I don't know how to play. I don't know what to do.
Oh.
I don't know how to do anything.
Well,
I literally don't know how to do anything.
we probably should have put you through the tutorial, but I'll give you a quick rundown. Oh, you figured out how to crouch.
It's the Q button apparently.
Yeah. So, if you left click on the cart, grab it. Grabbing from the front is strong mode. Grabbing from the side or the back is
Weak mode. Okay. Money. Okay, my game is definitely having some issues. I am definitely lagging a little bit. Okay, I cannot get used to these controls. I need keybinds. Well, that didn't work. Can you hear me, Simon? Really? Can you hear me still, Stanley?
ah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now. I got scared. But like, what happened?
It's okay. The cords are bad. Oh!
Ow,
frick.
ow, ow.
Yeah. Let me stab that. Ah! Ah! Are you alive? No, you're not. Okay. Frick. Hang on. Hello, light. Ah!
Okay,
I don't.
I'm glad the tick killed.
You glad the ticks killed you?
Yes. Because if the big machine had killed me, I would have been crying. Whatever killed you, I would have been crying.
Up. Time for murder. Frick. Aha! Bug! Ah, that didn't work. Hammer! Yeah, baba! Ow. Yay!
I got the inflatable hammer, and then you took it from me. and then I got the sledgehammer, and then you went.
Yay! Okay, let's see if we can get a run. Abba! Let's see if we can get a run that goes a little bit more than just one. Wait, I'm still under Lightbearers too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Ah.
if I got attacked by that robot thingy, I would have been crying.
Ah. Alright. Also, once we're done, we put the cart in there as well as anything else, and we get the money back.
Yeah, and if you die, you put the head in there too, and it comes back to life.
Yep, exactly. Oh, stop, sorry.
Ow.
Sorry.
Ow.
Ah, I found a thing. Ah! Also, if you need to look at the map, press tab.
Yes. But what does the Q button do? I know it makes you small, but what does it do? Does it actually do anything?
Yeah, it's like a super crouch. Also, it lets you be interactable. Oh, frick. That was very unfortunate. Ah! Yeah! I don't know where I am in relation to Light. I'm gonna be honest. I'm just like, I want to go see Light again. I'm just like, oh, I'm right there. Eh. Eh. I'm like a the core creature who's just like, I'm gonna get you. Hey, Light, it's okay. It's okay. Battle time. Yeah. Can you hear me like this, by the way? Can you hear me?
To what?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. There should be a little bin with like an emoticon on it. You want to go get me on that emoji. Look for it. Yeah. I can't communicate with Light anymore. She's not near my head. Frick. Good job! Yeah! Now, make sure you're outside of the tray so you don't get hurt. I'll see you in a second. I won't be reliant on, like, very small batteries. Yeah! Aha! Hello.
That was scary. Why do I do it again? I don't want to do it again.
You did a good job. You did an amazing job. I fully did not intend to, like, I did not intend to get shot like the second the door opened. I'm sorry about that. You did a good job.
I don't want to do that in. Okay. The guy came in, like, stood over me like, a couple times. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
And then the flying thingy came by too, and I was.
Oh, that thing doesn't hurt you. It just makes you have a weird voice and potentially hurts your allies if you look at them. But, like, it's okay.
Okay, I'm done. Oh my god, I'm scared. My heart is still racing. Oh my god. Oh.
I'm happy I played that with you.
Yes, I don't want to do a scary thing. I think if we had more people, I'd be a little bit better. But it's just us two. It is hardly horrifying. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh.
Okay, okay.
I need a nap. I need a nap. Oh.
You need a nap, you need a nap, you need a nap, nap.
Yes. Okay, I'm done. Oh my god. Oh. I need to fix my controls for one, so that's one thing for sure I have to take care of.
Oh yeah.
Because the sprint, I need to put it to my mouse button. Yes, my crouch, I need to beat that because I cannot hit the control button with my hand.
Ah.
Toggle. Okay, that's
So
tumble is Q. Uh-huh.
on a different note, we got incredibly lucky with like the stat upgrade things
Uh-huh.
because four stamina spawned at the same time. And the thing is, the way this works is that each time you buy a stat upgrade, it becomes more expensive the next time you look in the shop. So this is basically, we get 4 for the lowest price. And that's actually really good. Also, grenade!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
There we go, boom.
Oh, come on. Head charge, head charge, head charge, head charge. Buy me! Buy me! Buy me! Ah! Yeah, you bought me! I am yours forever.
You keep dying on me, Sally. You can't keep doing this to me.
I mean, I like talking to people while I'm dead.
You don't know how it sounds like, Sally.
Hang on. You can prove to me what it sounds like. Are you ready?
I guess.
Okay, after you die, it's gonna take a little bit to charge, and then you press E and you can talk.
Yes, yes. I saw that earlier. But you died before I could say it.
Alright.
Did you die before me? How is that even possible? Sally! Oh my goodness.
Take me back to the ship and press the button to go. Yeah, out of battery. I love you.
How did you keep dying, Sally?
Easily.
How did you keep dying?
I'm gonna take 2.
Okay, huh? I'm scared. I'm scared. Okay.
What are you scared of?
I'm gonna going boom. Okay.
That is fair.
Okay. Okay. I'm ready. I'm done. Oh, Sally, you got me. You scared me.
I scared you
You
by
died
going
before
boom.
me. Yeah, you died before me.
I mean, if you want to die first, just so like it's me who has to survive, and you're just like, ah, yes, perfectly fine.
No, I don't want to die either. I don't want to die either.
Okay. We're just making faces at each other now.
Okay.
Catch you later.
Oh. Wait, what? Is that what happens when you leave? Oh. I got self-destruct. Eli, are you still here? Oh, hi!
You wanted to know what it sounds like? You want to know what it sounds like? We died.
Oh, I love that so much. Okay. Oh, that's fantastic. Light friend. Yay. You.
Yes, you can talk. And it's like a robot voice.
Oh, it's fantastic. I love it. Off we go on to another adventure.
You can talk, you can recharge, and yet. And then you can just live it for a little bit and then. Unless you use the voice. Bring it back again.
Okay, that is funny. I like it. That is funny.
But yeah. So when you die, it's like back, and then you die. Oh no! I have 1 health.
Okay.
I'm gonna blow up again right here.
I know.
I'm just gonna jump. I'm just gonna be right here. I'm gonna blow. You know what? I'm gonna be in here.
Okay.
It's over for
Makes me so sad. Each time it happens, it makes me sad. But now I gotta carry my girlfriend around. Bloop. Be the monkey. I gave my girlfriend a friend.
I heard that thing as a weird like I said.
Hmm.
As to like how we're gonna. Ah, princess! This scary thing over here sounds like the scary thing.
Okay, I'm not looking at it.
Is that how it gets you get located?
Yeah. now it's speeding! Success! Woo!
I don't like this level at all.
It's okay. We're gonna finish pretty fast.
Behind you.
Oh, it's behind me?
Big scroll behind.
Yeah. Oh, frick! Whee!
Like big skull behind you. Big skull behind you. You're like, oh, it's a thing. Okay.
Yeah. Whee!
I already died it.
What? What? How? Ah, wait. Papa! Papa! Goodbye! Whee!
Everybody's a loser.
Yay! Yay!
Okay, I'm going back to Discord. I'm done. I'm too scared.
Okay, you're done with the scary. Yeah!
Definitely need more fun with more people for those games because it's scary. How could you get the monster at the very beginning to die at the beginning?
I'm gonna play more on my own.
Okay. Ah. Okay,
So,
I'm gonna go. You scared me.
thank you so much for playing that with me, Light, though.
Yes, we
Even-
need to get more people, and then I won't be as scary. But I will be
Yeah.
sticking with somebody the entire time. I will not be going by myself because if I'm by myself, I will be screaming and crying, kind of like how I was already. And
I
then
think,
don't forget,
I think it's really funny, like, just talking to someone when they're, like, ahead. Like, yeah.
yeah, it's just a little robot. That's a robot voice. I am a robot.
Yeah. I am a robot.
And you were saying, "Find me, It was like as you were learning how to power. I was like, "What? Oh, find me."
Oh, that was. I was hoping it'd come up and said it worked.
Yes. And then the other thing, when you were the thing, when you were the emoticon. Like, what the heck? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go wrap up in a blanket. Good
Okay.
night, or not night, but bye. I'll be watching a little bit.
Okay. Burger Gem. I am too weak for the Burger Gem. Frick. Oh, look at that! I'm just strong enough. The game is trying to put, like, soulful music under me. The ah. And here I'm just being like da 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 da. Oh hi. Oh frick. Frick. Hey, how do you deal with the tick? I want to know how to deal with the tick. Cause like this is such a tick. Wah! Yeah. Ah! Oh, actually, hang on. I know I messaged someone. Wow. Yeah. I'm just. Lightbearers is. Oh my gosh. I feel bad about Lightbearers because Lightbearers seems like a fun game, but it's not fun like with only a few people. You have to have a bunch of people. So if you can't get a large group going, it's just not. Yeah. Oh, look at that! Ah! Oh my gosh, I'm too loud for my own good. Now this tip about the tick. You can deal multiple hits to the tick by tumbling into it while it's attached, but it can be unreliable to land the tumble. Whee! Yay! Ah! Okay, so try to tumble into the tick. Got it. And try to deal damage to the tick. I should try to be quiet, but like that's not my style. And the game still has my microphone audio up, so it's like, you know. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wait, where's that thing? Wait. Aha! The frog! Made a frog noise. That's how I know it's a frog. Ah, it's a frog! Yes, I was right. My sense of self-preservation in these types of games are just negligible. I suppose that's why I don't get scared of them. It's just like, ha ha ha. Watch as I die. Like, if my sense of self-preservation were higher in these types of games, I would be scared. I would be scared. But it's not. Not unless I have people I'm with, in which case I'm like, I'm afraid of like letting them down. And that can create something. But, eh. That's not my experience right now. I wonder what the enemies spawn. I wonder what the enemies are going to be. Goodbye! Does this feel viable single player? Yeah! Yes, it does. Has a gameplay loop. Maybe I should turn this into an unfocused Friday and just say, we're gonna play like, I don't know, whatever. We're gonna have game switch. Lethal Company feel viable in the same way? Not quite. Lethal Company has mechanics that specifically are, not viable to use in single player, such as anything with like the, anything with like the ship communicating with people or the radios or whatever. Oh, frick. Goodbye! I mean, I'm gonna have to go back that way, so we're not exactly in the clear. But it seems like we pretty much cleared out this map. Yep. No! Dagnabbit. Got a content warning. I'm still good to go. Oh, left. Still player viable? No. Because with content warning, the entire appeal of the game is making fun clips with your friends. The entire gameplay loop is about making fun clips with your friends. Like, you can play it on your own. It is viable to play it on your own. You can get a pretty high score on your own. But the entire point is null on your own. Most of the stuff got broken, but I still have enough to go, so. Yay. What? I pressed it too early. Lethal Company has like dedicated mechanics that make it going through a lot easier. That it's just like makes it feel less viable. Let's see. What do I have multiples of? Okay, Death Head is absolutely useless on your own. Range upgrades are 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's increasing on. I was increasing. Wait. Ooh. Just looking at getting stuff for myself at this point, so. Wait. I'm getting stuff for myself. I can just keep stuff on my own, too. What if I don't use a health pack? Oh, there's no large health packs anyway. It doesn't matter. If I just keep a health pack, it's like, it's not going to be worth it. I don't think it's worth it unless it's large. I don't know. That's my opinion. 8, 4, so I only have 7 to work with. What? Yeah, more health. Anything else? If there's something that I could just get for 3. Nah, it's not. Up. Yeah. Ra-ta-ta. To the wide, recharge stuff and gear. Yay! Ah. Wah, wah, wah. That. I've watched enough YouTube videos to know that, like, something that people find extremely reliable to do is, like, in some of these multiplayer games that, like, the co-op looters, you know, Lethal likes. And multiplayer, a lot of it is just, like, surviving with your friends, playing with friends, all that stuff. If you're playing on your own, that becomes the point where, like, okay, people who are competitive and try to, like, do the best they absolutely can, like to play on their own. That's where a lot of enjoyment can come from. Just, like, if they want to get the high score, and they want to be competitive about it. In fact, I think Lethal Company has a specific, like, speedrun category on speedrun.com that's just, like, single player, like, to, quota 10 or something? Different appeal. Well, the good news about this map is that if a monster comes by and starts destroying the stuff in the cart, I have a pretty hefty payload already in the extraction tank, so... I don't know what monster is here. Is it sound-based or not? That's the other thing I could think about with this is, like... Ah, frick. Nice. Frick. I got free. I got free, and then I pressed my luck. Khakis. I got free and then I pressed my luck. Okay. Okay. This does feel like, if I want to figure out more about playing this game, and, like... No, that's the wrong way to think about it. I was about to say I'll become a better player for like collab and such, and it's like, no, that's not what I want to do when I collab this game. Like, if I want to be a better player when I collab this, I'm just gonna say, I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun. Oh, clowns just want to have fun. Wow. Doors. Habra. Yeah, something else that I noticed recently is that, like, I took a look at the VODs on Twitch, and I'm just like, oh, dang. Apparently most of my viewers are VOD watchers. Because it's, like, consistently, like, around 50, sometimes past 50, and closer to 100. And I'm like, huh. Okay. That's kind of awesome. I don't know, but saying that out loud seems a little bit... gives me an odd feeling. I'm not sure if I like that feeling. Yeah, whatever. It's numbers. Yeah. Dang. Ah. Aha! No. Aha! Yeah. I hear vague kaboom. Ah. How does Love Potion work on your own? Potion's my favorite princess.
My favorite princess.
Oh. Oh, the way the Love Potion works when you're like with other people is that it just starts typing out random like compliments to other people. So apparently when you're on your own, it just starts typing out compliments to the potion. And it's like, oh, okay. This potion is my favorite princess. Oh, oh, I see. Yep. Yeah. Perfection. Oh, there's still some area I haven't explored. And I'm like, I could just go back. But where's the fun in that? I could go back. I could be safe. I could finish. But I'm not competitive. I don't want a high score. I want to see things. Uh-oh. Crouch. Suck it! Why do I have a heartbeat? I'm a robot. Hi, birthday boy. Yes, game, I know, that's a monster. Oh, I think I figured out everything. Oh, wait, no. What about VOD watching stats as well as clip watching is part of that? True! That would explain a lot of it, yeah. Hello, birthday boy. Why is it doing the heartbeat thing? I'm a robot. Okay, well, we're sitting at over double the, like, whatever. We're probably gonna lose some of it because the head guy is gonna be on the way, and yeah. Head guy's gonna be along the way, but we're gonna be able to buy a lot of stuff. Yay! Happy balloons! Yeah! Yay. Okay, so we have plenty of muns. I can get with this. Also, I have full health, which is really good. Okay, let's see. 2 stamina, 2 health. That's pretty good. I also get la 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 la. Although, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, it's like, hang on. I do want to know how everything specifically relates to, like, the VOD stuff. Like, what happens? Action tracker. Ooh. Action tracker. Yeah, could I get that? 4K. Yeah. Extraction tracker. Anything else I want to hear? I could go for sprint speed. Oh, wait. No, we don't have enough. Get rid of the extraction tracker. I still don't have enough for sprint. Okay. A boink. Yay. Hang on. I need to use the bathroom. Ah! I need to use the bathroom. Ah! Okay, I use the bathroom. Okay, let's see. How do I destroy this truck? Okay, cheese it! Run! Yeah! Level 2. McGenic. McGenic. Okay, so what I should probably do is take the extraction tracker, leave it in the cart, so that way, like, if I lose the next extraction and I'm not able to find it, I'm going to go like, extraction tracker, go! Okay. I don't know what supermarket music typically sounds like, so I'm just gonna pretend I know what supermarket music sounds like, and I'm gonna mimic it. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you go. Never gonna let you down. I heard you. Gonna say goodnight. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie. Or hurt you. Okay, that's funny. Oh, that's kind of funny. Older songs sound about right. So then you have that thing where you feel really old because they are playing a song you remember being new in the grocery store. Yeah. Party rock house tonight. Everybody say have a good time. And we ain't gonna lose our minds. Everybody just good time. Oh. 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 Every day I'm shuffling. I was trying so hard not to laugh. And the guy was like, stop. Okay. Okay. That was... Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you, Gabe. I'm trying to think about like other old songs that you wouldn't think of old. But I don't remember the lyrics. I just remember Party Rock because like while working at like haunted house and like I would take people's tickets, so there would be a line right there. So to help get people in line, they would just play random songs, and that was one of them. So that's what I remember. Oh, and also Never Gonna Give You Up. That's just because I've been on the internet for certain moments. Is there anything here? Oh, frick. Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Also, who the heck is dialing this number? Oh, I have two of them. Heck. Heard your mother playing that song either unironically as... entirely unironically as far as you know. Never Gonna Give You Up or Party Rock? Hello? They hung up. But behold, now you understand the danger of not having your phone on silent. Check. Ra-pa-pa. Game. Game, why are you doing the tentative music? I'm just like, dee-dee-doo. Oh, I remember one! Oppa Gundam style. That's all I remember of that one. Oh. That is remarkably rude. Can you stop trying to kick my stuff, please? I was like, oh gosh, did everything get distracted? No, it's fine. Okay. Could finish out. Where's the fun in that? Yeah. Boggles. All the dogs going outside. Oh, one of them. Oh, laptop. Fairly expensive looking laptop. Well, not looking, it's 2,500, but the look of it is like... Beep. Oh. Stop! Frick! Oh! I tried. I tried! I tried to murder Rival Cloud. It turns out I am bad at that. Yay! Okay, play. But honestly, if I want to make this game a lot easier for me, I could just turn off the microphone and not have it play out of the game. But that's not fun. Okay, fine. If I want to make progress and be competitive, I'll turn off the microphone. Like, once I want to, I'll just be like, okay, fine. Fine. Beware. Oh, the duck. Beware the duck. Is this a level with a duck in it? It's like some other, like, songs that got very popular when I was a kid. I don't know. When I was a kid, I did not pay attention to the public conscious. I was just like, bucks, video games, bucks, video games. Yeah. That's what I was interested in. Well, too bad that chair was empty the entire time, right? Oh my gosh, I've seen people make that exact joke so many times when playing this game. It's like a go-to joke for content creators. It's like they break something. It was never there. You know what I'll say? Oh, frick. You know what I'll say? They had it coming. Oh, that one is broken. They're like, break something! Break something! I'm just like, yeah, I did break something. Where were? Are we responsible for, like... Are the R.E.P.O bots responsible for humans dying? Is that a thing that happened? Frick! Oh boy, it plays it twice. Without it, if it cuts cut off, it doesn't get cut off entirely. Dang it. Oh, hi. Oh my gosh, I really just had a weird monstrous moment! Hi! This is difficult on your own, but like, eh. I just want to see how many times I can go about this. Yay! Everyone wanting an alternate suggestion? No, I'm wanting friends. No, but seriously, if people want me to move on to something else, I'll probably just play Hollow Knight. Focus on that. Oh, on an aside though, like, just so people know, I published the 15th chapter of my Limbus Company fanfic. Of which, you read the fanfic and you, it's, you wouldn't exactly think I'm the one who wrote it, I think. Say what you were thinking for Sunday, yeah. I don't know, it's like, Ryan's been reading it and has been fantastic in giving me feedback. When you see me stream, and you read what I write, do the two necessarily match up? That's a question I have. I, too, spent a lot of cash, but I would rather use that wad of cash for charity food. Either that or I'd be saving it up. It's like... Oh my gosh. rad bit of complaining I'm gonna do. The rich confuse me. It's like, yes. Why do you feel the need to accumulate more and more money than you can ever reasonably use? Like, what's the point? Especially when it has such an extreme, like, impact on other people. It's like, oh, hey, gnomes. Oh, wait, hey, guys, get out of here, gnomes. How you, yeah. Why are you jumping in? Oh, that lowers some of the value. But yeah, the rich really do confuse me. It's like, if you're not saving up for something, and you're just like, you're just accumulating money, it's like, why? What's the point? Mostly they don't sync up, but the way some part of your streams go makes things make sense. Ah, yeah, I mean, true. I do try to make it apparent. I have emotions. I am complicated. I am a person. And sometimes I have deep, dark feelings. Yeah. And deep feelings about society and, like, I want things to go. I suppose one thing that I haven't really asked. Right, as a consistent, like, reader, like, how would you rate my fanfic? Like, out of 10 or 5 stars or, like, you know, whatever system you want. Tier list, like A rank, B rank, C rank, D rank, S rank. I hear dogs barking outside, so they probably saw the cat that, like, the stray cat that, like, just tries towards them. Sorry reading it. Not sure how to put that to a ranking. Okay. Yay. Kind of awesome, like, I will share on my Tumblr whenever I post a new chapter of my fanfic. And I'll occasionally just get a comment that's like, your fanfic is, like, good. And I'm like, ah. That makes me happy. It reminds me of something I saw on social media that I was like, hey, if you like a thing, you know, try to make sure the person who does that thing knows, because sometimes they do not know, and it leads to massive self-reassurance issues. Oh, there's something over. Okay, I suppose a monster is gonna pop out at some point. And I'm not gonna knock on wood. That's for cowards in this situation. And I am only somewhat a coward. There's a little loop over here. Over here that I missed? Oh, yes. Bottle. Heck. No! I was doing really good there. And then I try to hide under something that you can't hide under, really. a little bit of curiosity about something. Like, so you would have seen it for a brief moment on that, like, that start game screen, but like, it has a little bit of like, here's your bandwidth and like the delay between you and the server and what have you. This is single player. There's one person. Is it just between me and like the server that I'm not sending the game to anybody, or is this game like more reliant on the internet than I thought? Even if you're playing alone, it's not offline. Also, a complete different question. Do you think Flash of DC's superhero comics fame absolutely hates online multiplayer games? Like think about it. The Flash would absolutely suffer depending on where the particular like closest server to him is, because it would be like, he would feel every one of the milliseconds of delay at times. If he truly wanted to, he would feel every millisecond of delay, and it's like, there was, I think, I'm not certain, but I think there was like a comic that went through and said like, someone made the Flash like the world's fastest supercomputer, and he was like, yeah, it's a little slow. Maybe he just needs to play multiple of them at once. Oh my gosh. Yes. Online multiplayer games are just, no matter what they are, no matter what they do, they are just turn-based for him. They are turn-based. He will go through, he'll be like, okay, I'm gonna do this decision, and then, like, it's just he'll take his turn. Oh my gosh. That makes me think. Would the Flash like or hate the game Your Only Move is Hustle, which is like a turn-based fighting game? Is that a phone? Oh, it's a phone. Nice. Yeah, hello, toilet. Yeah. The music decides, hey! Okay, I'm sorry. Things got a little too scary. I went quiet and I was like, all of a sudden the scare factor went up. Oh, that sounds like something that will kill me. So I suppose I'm done. This is an abacus. Oh, that's a calculator. Oh, what a wonderful thing to see as an abacus, a calculator. Let's go. I'm not technically wrong. Yeah. Oh, you want to come with? Oh, you don't want to come with. Okay. Ah! And now to actually be shopping, rather than the fake kind of shopping that I do. Abacus is a calculator, but a calculator isn't quite an abacus. There. Okay. Map player account. This is completely useless for my strength upgrade. Oh, I could use that. Yay! I do want extra stuff. I want extra strength though. I can only take one. I can only afford one of them though. Frick. And then we have 6k left to spend. His sprint speed 7. Frick. I don't want You tumble launch. I will gladly take that. And then I can afford one more thing. More stamina. Okay. Ah. Water. Ah. Okay, I think about the whole thing with like, everybody who drinks dihydrogen monoxide dies and all that stuff, and I'm just like, that's pretty much the basis for a lot of the misinformation that goes around. Completely misleading statistics that begin as technically true, descend into being absurd, and then people believe them. Believe it or not, I live in the United States of America. Frick. It wasn't until a little while ago when, like, people would easily say America was one of, like, bad places in the world. And then now there are, like, statistics going around of, like, oh, no, we're not. Frick. One day it'll get better. I have to believe that. And hope that it'll get better. It'll be hard, you know, but we can. Example that doesn't say like the dihydrogen monoxide one. Vaccines. Like that is it's just vaccines. Everybody who goes through and believes that any version of vaccines are like bad. Like, there heard some statistics about some things that are technically true. Like, you know, something about a lot of vaccines use a version of the disease in order to inoculate you against it. Right? So the technically true variation of that would be the disease infects you with what it's meant to protect you from. But then, like, people believe that and take it way too seriously, and then they go further with it, and it's just like, then things begin to not be true. But yeah. Dihydrogen monoxide is the silly version of that. It is the... yes. This is technically true. But realistically speaking, you know, people aren't gonna... You know, technically, everyone who drinks water does die. But if you don't drink water, you die faster. That's, like, Yeah. There is drowning. Drowning is a thing that can happen. But realistically speaking, if you don't drink water, you're gonna die faster than you would have otherwise. So it's like that with vaccines. Let me. There's surprisingly with like I've been on the internet for a while. That's like a thing that some people hold with like air. Like that's pretty much the deal with like chemical trails and all that stuff. Some things are technically true, like various flying vehicles can release some chemicals as they're flying about. But then it gets blown out of proportion. Frick, come on, go away. Go away. I'm gonna stay here for a second. Ah, was that the sign of leaving? That was the sign of leaving. Nice. Hey, okay. Why? Dang it. Why? I thought I was fine. I tried to be fine. So, interesting. Interesting. So, like, it doesn't matter if you're inside a box. You need to have something over you. Not sure how many anti-vaxxers are actually confused by the disease itself being used to create it. What you've heard is more stuff about people making weird claims like computer chips being in there, I suppose, but unproven or debunked side effects. True, true. Yeah, there's that. Next amount of that kind of thing seems to be deliberate misinformation. Yeah, yeah. Wait. Wait. That has to be a coincidence, right? Clown, hello, stars. That's kind of funny. That has to be a coincidence. That makes me happy though. That makes me really happy. Okay. That makes me really happy. Ah, frick. Yay! I'm just like, I know it's probably a coincidence. It's probably just like calling the player a clown or something, but I can't completely rule it out. Not 100%, and that makes me happy. Oh, frick. Page of 5. Oh. Or maybe like the emojis are supposed to be what spawns in the level, and it's like clown spawns, something with man spawns, and then like the something star spawn. Probably an extreme coin. Frank. that wasn't gonna work out. It's the clown. Yeah, I know, Tax Man. I die. Rah! So, I'm entering the stage of like playing where I'm just like, haha, how does thing work? How does thing work? How does thing work? As like, if the clown spawns, like, I noticed that what the clown does whenever the clown runs into the cart is the clown kicks the cart and it breaks a lot of things, and it's like, ah, yeah. And the laser interacts with everything in the cart, and so it's like, everything about the clown is like, yes, it's dangerous to the player, but it's more dangerous to like everything in the cart. Because it's just everything in the cart is hitting brakes. Look at that pink diamond thing. Are those just pink diamonds? Or are they the Chaos Emeralds? No, you're a gemstone set in wood. Oh, I didn't even see that it was flat on the bottom. I just thought it maybe had weird geometry. Oh, you're the evil book. Evil book that you don't want to break. I remember the evil book. Eh. Hello over there. Are you a thing or are you just a light? You're just a light. Yeah. Wah. Wah, 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 wah. Hello. Doink. Okay, so. What was that noise? That was probably a monster. What kind of monster is it, though? Oh, it's the gnomes! Okay, so that is a gnome. Got it. I wonder if I could get, like, just be able to identify all of them by noise. Well, I mean, obviously they have very distinctive noise, but I'm like, small noise. Like tippy taps. I wonder if they each have tippy taps. Or maybe there's like a specific, like, level of footfall that each one makes that I could, like, identify. Oh, is there really nothing in here? Let's see. Wait, are you a thing? Or not? Nut. Ah! Okay. Also, I'm learning I should not leave the cart in the middle of thoroughfares. So, like, anytime I enter a room, I should stop, put it to the side, and, like, start gathering stuff. Because if a monster comes in, I don't want the cart to be in the way of the monster and get stuff broken. Everybody get Calvin! Let's gather for Yeah! What's that noise? Oh, heavy footsteps. That's the dredge, isn't it? Ah, frick! It is the dredge. Don't do your gravity thing. Don't do your gravity thing. Don't do your gravity thing. Frick. Oh. I have lost the cart. Not the best of situations. I suppose I could still look for more goodies. Hmm. Oh, we have a book. That's it. So I guess I take the book. Hold the book steady. Oh, and see, it was good that I put the cart in the middle of, like, outside. I put the cart outside of the thoroughfare. Because, like, that made it so it didn't run over the cart. Granted, I highly suspect it went the direction. That's a noise. What is that monster? Run. I don't even remember if that was entirely me. I just remember, like, seeing, like, a post on Tumblr that was like, slaps bear, like, car salesman, slaps bear, looks like client, run. And then, like, someone on Tumblr just did, like, a complete audio recreation of it, and there was a song that goes, run. I found that very funny. That stuck with me. Aha. What are these bugs I keep picking up? Like, are they bugs? Are they, like, metal replicas of bugs? Is whoever's, like, paying me to do this, like, really interested in bugs? They're just really into bugs. So the bad news is that, Dredge is not behind us. Yay. Slide. Check for the dredge. Get immediately. I was like, I want to be able to, like, abandon the cart and have the cart not break. Robots aren't getting paid. Probably. I'm not paid for this crib. I'm not paid at all. Yeah! I mean, granted, we do get upgrades for ourselves, so, like, we technically are getting paid. But we're getting paid with the expectation that we use the money to get better at our job. Which is a horrible expectation. Also, look out for... Huh? Wink, wink, wink. Okay. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Ha! Is that the guy being like, hey, be quiet? Ah, frick. Yeah. I forgot there were gnomes. I, like, destroyed the gnomes a while ago, so they got me. They got some damage on me. Strength upgrade! Yes, please! Let's see. Woo! Extraction tracker. I'm just gonna use that when, like, I finish the first extraction. So that just seems like a good thing to have. I have 7K available. Of course, 8K. I always check those when it's like, yes. 8K. I could get stamina on health. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Ups. Up. Also, I love how we ram into the side of the building. And because of the placement of the truck, it insinuates that we rammed into the entrance. So, like, because, like, we don't see any doors otherwise, other than, like, the, bathroom. So I'm like, we must have rammed through the entrance. Because otherwise, this is the store that didn't have an entrance. Yay! Yay! I am more powerful now! So I bought strength, I bought stamina, I bought health. Yeah. Feels like with that, I am now a level 1 robot. Level 1. What? I don't even know how the extraction tracker works, so I guess I'm gonna try to figure it out. Like, if it requires me to not be holding onto the cart, then I'm just like, ah, yeah, that was a waste of money. But if I can just ping it and it just goes on my map, I'm just like, aha! Absolutely worth it. Oh, nice. So if it's an active use, like I have to actively be looking at it, and it just goes like hot or cold, then it's like, yeah, nah, that was worthless. This truck. That truck reminds me of like, I don't know, it's like, is that like a regular asset in games? So I feel like it's common. I feel like this specific truck is common in like games. Either that, or I've just played this game enough that I've seen this truck a bunch of times. And I didn't realize it. Oh. Wah, wah. Blah, blah. Oh, there are 2 extractions. I can just go back. I can hunt down the other extraction. All right, take out the action tracker. The action tracker. Come on, thank you. Yay! Ups. Hey, time to find out. How do you work? Oh. That's... Oh, it's useless. Okay. If you do a search for the A truck from R.E.P.O, the first page of results are about the more interesting looking one at the start. Yeah. Random things I noticed that I don't think anyone really like that most people aren't interested in. They're just like, oh, okay. It's a thing. Okay. What? What the frick was that? Oh, hey! It died! Nice! Hang on, bring me back. Hey, wait a second. Frick. That's... Okay. That's annoying. Keep the card over there, because it's just you things. Ah, my gosh. That's a purposeful point of its design, isn't it? Khakis. Ooh, guitar. I have 1 strength, and it is nowhere near enough. I have +1 strength. So I guess I have the power... Oh. Oh, wait a second. What if I can use this? Wait a second. Hang on. He wants to murder a ghost. Oh! Ah, ah! Wait! Hang on, it was not happy! It was not happy with me! It sensed my intentions! Okay, so don't hurt the bike. Or if you gotta hurt the bike, make sure to finish the job. Make sure you can finish the job. Okay, I understand. Okay, so single player. If you find a heavy object and it's not right next to an extraction point, it is not worth getting. That is my lesson. That is a lesson I learned. Because if you don't have somebody who can help you carry it, then it's not quite... can't quite get it places. Not frick. How fragile was this door? So something else I think about this game in particular is just like, the humans died in this world, didn't they? Like, they either died or they, like... Okay, fine. It seems like they're mostly dead, just owing to the level of, like, disrepair. Huh. The body mentioned that lets you remove enemies, also lets you change which valuable spawn. Ah. Yeah. Yes! I did it. I did it. No, it's not. What? I. The clown. The clown can aim down. The clown can aim down. What? No, dead. I guess, like, that's like what things can spawn? That, like, the taxman tells you? And so what things can spawn here is, like, something to do with your eyes? Also. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh. That. Oh. What the taxman tells you does fit into what spawns in the room. And it's only funny because, like, there's an eye thing, there's a clown thing, there's a star thing, and all of those are stuff associated with my brand. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny. Okay. Yeah. How did he get that from what the taxman said? It was eyes. The taxman did eyes, a swirly, and then like a wagging finger and like a gravestone and a R.E.P.O head. Oh, frick. Uh-oh. Yep, this is dead. Now the question. Ah! So what it was, the eyes and swirly as hints followed by the admonishment? Yeah. Yeah. I think that's the case. Hang on. I want to take a look. Get me the money, get to the extraction point. Oh boy, I wonder what spawns. Yay! I got shot. I didn't see the marksman. Okay. So what the heck? What? Alright. So there. Now it's not gonna make it. 'Cause I'm like, hang on. The dying immediately. I'm just like, hang on. I'm done with it. I'm done with the dying immediately. They can't hear me talking anymore. I feel powerful. And I know that feeling powerful is going to be diminished by the fact that I'm still gonna make noise. Hi. Hi. Happy dogs. Hello. Are you a reference to something? Possibly. Yep. Frick. That was immediate. Frick. Frick. I just grabbed it and I was like, finally! I'm like, no. Oh. Frick. Get away. Time to run. I won. I won! I won! And it gave me health. It gave me some of the health it took. That's nice. Nice! Nice! Scroll, 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 scroll. Boop. Nice! 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 Noise! Noise! Nice! Nice! Noise! Oh, frick. Why? Why? That was... Oh. Sometimes people say no. Why? Frick! Dang it! Noise. Sometimes people say noise. Yeah. Noise. What about it? Okay, so the clown can aim down. The screaming shadow being can crouch. There's a Slack emoji that was like these emoji on top of each other. No ice. Oh, I see. No ice. That's kind of awesome. Hello. Oh, explosive barrel. Okay, what if I try to rotate? Onto the cart. Frick. Ourselves as leverage, and then pull. Pull onto the cart. Levers! Levers! Wait, if I grab the bottom. Push? Okay, it's a heavy thing. It's not worth unless it's right next to the extraction, which, I think this might be. Yeah. Wait. That is worth the entire thing, so I need to leave that out. I go grab more stuff. Hello. And that's why I don't want upgrades. This is a reasonable thing. Maybe I should stop trying to get the stamina upgrade because it's not helping me when I'm dying. Like, strength could help me fight back a little bit. I'd be able to pick up monsters with enough strength. Health would help me not die. I guess that's why stamina can be so cheap. It's just, no. More stamina would need to be paired up with something like sprint speed. Blah. Wait, why am I being quiet? I turned off the microphone. Oi! Monster! My voice is being projected to a different dimension! You cannot hear me! Unless I make noise in this dimension. Which is a perfectly possible thing to happen. Like the map. That's not the direction the head went. You think the monsters are relics of, like, things hired to protect, like, valuables from, like, the R.E.P.O men, but they were, like, obviously a bad idea because I... That's not nice. Elsa. Oh. And dog just runs off. Got it. I pet the dog enough. Nice. Successful dog. Successful dog. Let's do this easy way. Here. Drag you. There we go. I push. Yeah, there we go. Back a little bit, maybe not like. Yeah. And hide. Yay! That was actually a very good payout that time. Okay. Now with that in mind, health and strength seem good. Health. Feather zone. What does a feather do? What does a rubber duck? Health. Ah. Strength. Yay! There we go. Don't have enough for that one. Sprint speed. Sprint speed! Yeah! And then I'm gonna take the extra stamina because that pairs with sprint speed! Yeah! Yay! That was a fantastic first round. I managed to get a lot of things. Yeah! Noise! Noise! Yeah! I go, wee, I'm faster! In your head. Bro, we go vroom vroom. Vroom vroom. Okay, so now I'm more powerful. More powerful. Break the doors. I have strength. Run. Now. So like, most of the monsters are inhuman abominations that you can think, okay, this is why humans don't exist anymore. But one of them's just a dude who has a gun. And it's like, oh. That's why this one survived. The power of gun. Gun is very powerful. Yeah. Okay, so there are 2 extraction points, so I just get what I need for the first one, and then I go extra ham for the second one. Yeah. 6,000. Ah, frick. Yeah, okay, that's the book. Yep, okay, that's standard. Okay. Oh, frick. Oh, there it goes. Okay, but when am I gonna be good? Oh, broke the door. Got it. Oh, the other one broke. Up, yay! I can now collect stuff without fearing that I'll break it. I'll break the stuff. Yeah, 6,600. 10,502. Okay, so I put this here. Frick! What is the highest level you ever gone to in this game with or without others helping? I don't remember. I do not remember. I remember getting, like, much farther than I am currently getting. That was with a bunch of others. As I played, this is like super ultra hard mode where it's like, yeah. With a bunch of others, you basically just have people dying every single time. Fine. But on your own, one death and you're done. But still, I'm just... I have a semi-odd opinion of games. And that's... I hate how a lot of games have a reliance on, like... You know... multiplayer. To the point where several of them do not have single player mode. And I'm like, okay... That kind of sucks, because at some point, you're not going to have people who want to play that anymore, and once you hit that point, the game is unplayable. It's just... There's no more chance for discovery. It's just... Once people don't want to play it anymore, then it's just kind of done, and I'm like, that makes me sad. Heck, Lightbearers 2 was like that. It was just like, yeah. If you don't have enough people to show up, it's just people don't play it. Ah, frick. There's infinite levels to R.E.P.O, but new stuff ends around 10. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Maybe out of date given the update, though. Yeah, it could be. Ow. Dagnabbit. I might call it. I am dying very early to a lot of things that, honestly, if I was playing with friends, would just be minor setbacks. It wouldn't be that bad at all. I know that I play a little bit fast and loose, and so dying is, like, common for me, but, like, still. I can survive for an amount of time. It's just... At some point, I'm like, okay. Okay. I'm gonna change one thing. Yeah. Hi, Steph. I am switching game because I'm just like, hey god, I am just playing R.E.P.O on my own is fun for a little bit. But you know, it's still R.E.P.O on my own. I gotta switch over to Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is updating. Frick! It's just I'm in the circles. Frick. Hackies. Hackies, frick, frick, hackies, hackies, frick, hack week. Oh. I remember. Okay. Yeah. If I say something, something will happen. Ah, frick! Ah! It's shooting! Yeah! I'm just bleeding. Bleeding in tight circles. Ah. Man. Also, Silksong is updating and it's taking a while to update. Yeah! I'm waiting for Hollow Knight to update. It's patching itself right now. It's like, I've just got to switch to it, and it's like, it has an update, and I'm like, taking a while. Taking a while. How dare. How dare. Hackies. It's okay. I'm just sitting here looking at it. I'm like, okay. Okay. On my own time, I've been sitting down and just been like, haha! How do I plan fanfic? And like, I've planned more and more details about it. Do you ever get around to look at like, the controls mod from the Silksong you mentioned? No, I didn't. I didn't really feel like it. Just like, you know. It's just a thing I have with like, oh yes, I don't. I know that a bunch of people will go through and say back and forth that some games are much better with mods. And I agree, some games are much better with mods. But there's a certain degree of like, I want to experience it without mods first. You know, any plans for the fanfic? Vaguely. Vaguely. I sometimes keep notes. Most of the time I don't. I keep forgetting. I know what I'm doing. But at the same time, it's still just like, hey. I write fanfic. I have fun with it. I forget what I was doing. So let's hope I don't get annihilated because this looks like a block. All the enemy that turns boss that turns into enemy. I remember this. No, you don't. Dang it, you're stealing my silk! That's how you do it, silk. Come on.
Elena!
Oh, right, these things.
Hola, Elena! Hola, Elena! Elena! Hola! Hola! Hola!
I have my own. Thank you very
Hola!
much.
Hola! Hola!
My own are superior. Right. Ow. Oh no. No! Dang it. You have to appreciate the differences if you don't try vanilla. Yeah, that works. That's a good explanation. That's a good explanation. Okay, but the question is... Oh, it just spawned right there. Got it. I did so much better the first time, and I was like, I locked in. And then I died, and I unlocked. Unlocked silly again. Back to it. I got back to good. You're gonna make a big spear out of my throat. Make a spear. Unless if I use all my silk first. Oh, dang it. You're stealing silk. for my fanfic. I'm not gonna mention them on stream though. Like, I recognize that, like, that means I can't prove whether or not I actually have the plans for my fanfic in, like, solidified. It's a little bit of an issue. I can't prove that I have the plans for my fanfic in my head because I can't say what the plans are. That would spoil the story. Yeah, I'm gonna go convert some stuff. Convert some of my rosaries so I don't lose them in case I die. Well, I have access to them. No, because I died close to the doorway that time. Hey. Going over here because I know there's a shop right here that can convert rosaries, like strings and beads and such. Okay. There we go. Rosary necklace. There. Now I'm not gonna completely run out of all of them if I die. I do lose a little in the conversion, but sometimes avoid them guessing right or leaning into fan ideas. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I haven't paid. I have the ideas in my head. It's a little bit. I would be doing the story a disservice if I changed what's in my head. Because I liked what somebody said better. This is not the place. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Yeah. I'd be doing the story a disservice if I changed any details because of what somebody says. Like, if somebody says this is not a good direction to go, then obviously I would listen, but other than that, it's like, somebody has a theory, I'm like, that theory is better than what I have. I gotta stick with what I have. Or if somebody has a theory and they're like, ah, yes, they're exactly right. I shouldn't change what I have. Just so it's wrong. I hate it when, like, you hear a story doing that. I'm like, no, having theories about something I need to worry about. It's just like knowing what happens with yeah. Although there are some details in the story that might pick up more on I don't like these enemies. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just flying in the way to back up. I think it would depend on how far ahead someone had planned and how much they actually like the game. Yeah, I guess so. I have planned to the end of my, I have planned to the end. Like, I have known how my fanfic is gonna end. The details have not been fully solidified. If the details were fully solidified, you know, that's called I write it. Details are fully solidified when I write it, but no, I know what's gonna happen at the end. It's just sometimes I'm not fully asserting to myself if I know what's gonna happen at the end. I like to get in my characters' heads and just okay. This is how they act in situations, but like writing them to be characters means that sometimes I don't always know what they're gonna hear. Or like in a situation I'm like, oh frick, wait, that's how they react. And then the entire thing changes a little. Had a couple occasions like that, but the broad stroke of it haven't been the same, so I'm like I feel barely confident that I know how it's gonna end. A lot of writing is like figuring out a story, figuring out characters, and what kind of characters will get you to the point in your story. Unless it's all character driven, in which case, good luck. If it's all character driven, then you might not have any idea at all what's gonna happen. Okay, got you. Frick. Ow. Frick. Okay. I mean, okay, yeah. Most of it just comes down to this is a specific way in which I write the story. And the specific way in which I write a story is kind of character driven. Well, I put the characters in place who I think are gonna make it to the point where I and I vaguely plan the story based on how I think the characters react to certain things happening. I can't write in a way that's like programming. I'm just like, okay, she should do this, it might not, but like, rather than programming where it might not is met with growth or frustration, in writing story, it's like, it's actually really easy. Then what would a bug in the story be? I don't think stories would have bugs. At least not in the way that the way I've made it would have. If you're willing to follow your characters through, then it should be fine. A bug in the story is that the author is forcing something to happen. So like, bug wouldn't be the story. Yeah. About a plot hole. Here's what I'll say a plot hole is, and this is gonna be a hot take. Plot holes are the presence of the author forcing something to happen when it shouldn't. Like, that's what a plot hole is. Holes are a sign that the author has forced something that shouldn't happen.
Polaris. Polaris. Olena. Polaris.
And sometimes, if the author wants... Wow, that traveled very far. Okay. I wasn't expecting that to go that far.
Olena.
Outbreak. Oh yeah, I forgot I have double jump. That's what I'm trying to work around. Okay. But yeah. Bottles are the presence of the author forcing something to happen that shouldn't. Now I'm trying to think of ways to disprove it. Like, how do I go about disproving that claim? We're gonna stop at the problems on the character sides of the I suppose you could try to find an angle with that by definition, but it doesn't hit 100%. If an angle would look something like, that shouldn't have happened there or something, but it can take the opposite. But I was thinking more plot holes in the sense of like, for example, I think it's a Metal Gear game where like something breaks their skin, whereas like tights, and the plot hole there is why wear tights. That's you can't breathe. The reason is because porn is like, would the author forgetting something count? Yeah, it would. I am constantly afraid of like forgetting something. Like, something that I will do is I'll just, when I'm writing my fanfic, I will consistently just like, look back for certain details in like later chapters and be like, okay, does this make sense? Does this make sense? And I'm like, I know I've missed something. Like, I have to feel like I've missed something. Yeah. There's even one time where I reread the entire thing to be like, okay, what would actually happen next? I'm just like, I don't know, I'm worried about it being Nope. Can you tell me this time? Frick. As a plot hole or as your author or something? That's true. My thesis seems to not have held up. If the author forgets something and that creates a plot hole, then that's not necessarily like the author forcing something. But a lot of other things about like the author, like the story doesn't work the way it should, and plot holes are made, is that like possibly the author doesn't understand how their how the world they're setting work. That's like part of both the plus and the minus to writing a fanfic, I would say. It's like, it's a bonus to writing a fanfic in set worlds because a lot of the rules for how that world are put out there by someone else. But, the negative to that is that you don't have as inherent an understanding of it. You're trying to get shards so I can actually like repair all my bugs, my mech bugs, my poison mechs. One, maybe two. I got two, I think, maybe. Where am I? Oh yeah, I'm right there. Okay. Well, it's okay. All of that being said, wait, where's the... Oh, it's right over here. Oh, hi! Hi, Green Prince.
Shakuli.
You. So it is done. My wish granted before ever I arrived.
Nesvir?
Bronze pair that dances chamber. It is clear, tall bug, how closely they mimicked their shell. Was it you who provided their inspiration? Not I, warrior. For this place, my heart holds only loathing. Dancers. They were the last free act of my partner. Always hopeful, always naive. The exact quote slash source, but you remember reading something like, there's no fiction so dystopian as someone else's unexamined utopia. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, that holds true on so many levels.
Shakuli.
His soul he gave, in desperate trade to see our own caves left safe. His shell and soul became the mold. So long I dared not visit, even as our lands fell to threat and ruin. That I wasted, a coward cage, too weak to witness his grace, bound in parody so cruel.
Benefrag?
Take some solace, tall bug. His soul is now free from that shell of iron, and this fate that befell your lands. This citadel, too, has been claimed full by it.
Notelia.
Aye. Slim consolation, warrior, now that everything I loved is lost. Oh. Hang on.
Maruka Veranu.
Our claws clasp together perfect. Together we rule. Together we dance. You and I always. Our gaze is one. Oh yeah, now you're repeating. Okay.
Polera.
Yeah. My wish is granted, now everything I love is lost. That... Dang! Just thinking about that brick. But yeah, there's no fiction so dystopian as someone else's unexamined, like, utopia. That is fun to think about. Like, in a way, that's really fun to think about because it's just like it's not just true for someone's unexamined dystopian fiction. It's IRL as well. That's like it's IRL too that someone's utopia is like actually very dystopic. see that whenever like any tyrant comes to power in the world. Like, yeah, that's specific. Something that's popping up that I'm thinking about is that like this is gonna be a little bit odd to see, odd to think about, but like with being online and seeing people I'm just like some people's dystopia is a lot closer to utopia than not. Like, you think no, and how would you tell? And it's like, I've seen people say stuff like, everyone being able to eat and food and water for all, and dystopia, and stuff like that. It's like, huh. What do you think people would be able to hold them? No, they do. And like, it's important to recognize that people can hold those opinions because, like, you know, when you run into those opinions IRL, you recognize them as you. It leads to a little bit of hopelessness, like feeling hopeless with humanity until you like recognize that's good. I think hopelessness. Real dystopias are limited by physics, biology, and stuff like that. Yeah. Something I'm actually thinking about in regards to that is, I read an article recently that was like, it was talking about the ability for artificial wombs, right? And how it's a technology that would be able to help, it's a technology that would be able to help babies who would be born far too prematurely. Like, the exact process of it seems very intense. Like, having to make sure the baby can exit the womb without touching air so that the lungs don't start, so that way the baby can grow without air. But the article went on to say that, like, yeah, the entire world is so overwhelmingly hesitant to, like, say artificial womb or anything like that. Because they're like, science fiction has done such a number on it. On the idea. And that is, I mean, the way to put it is that technology would result in more children, more wanted children, who would have loving parents, surviving, and, like, being born. There's no... I don't see any dystopic part of that, but... there are people who do. There are people who call it unnatural and evil, despite the fact that the results would be happy and joyous. That we would have less suffering the world because of it, but others, yeah. I don't think it would, like, be without issues, and I think, like, it would have its own problems. But I do truly believe there would be less suffering in the world overall, and some people just don't trust it. Some people see it as dystopic. Something that results in us suffering in the world. depends on your definition of like less suffering in the world too. The classic example of less suffering in the world is everyone dies and you can't feel suffering at all. I don't think that. I read a sci-fi story recently where this wasn't the main focus, but there's offspring raids result in pregnancies during war, and the babies are taken out place in artificial food. Now see, that would be a downside to it. But I think overall, just, you know, I really don't know what those videos are.
For little.
It's not all downside.
Suck it off. Chichera. Chichera. Chichera.
It's a bit of a heavy and sensitive topic with regards to like raid. It's hard to get past entirely. But with regards to that, I'm gonna share another hot take, but I'm like, yeah, these are uncomfortable opinions to give. Stuff like that will not increase with tools available. This is probably the hottest take I can give. The tools available will not increase the amount of like ways that people will hurt each other or harm each other. They can lead to more damage. But if they don't explicitly cause more damage, the tools available, then the people still hurt people. Yeah, it's just... And there are many rabbit holes to get with that that my brain is like full of right now. So it's like, damn it. Still. Get back a little bit to your earlier point. Unexamined dystopias may be more utopic than after all, utopias and dystopias are both extremes. Quite possible they're extremes in ways that are like less opposite sides of the coin and more of these meaningful closer than people compare. Stab, go back, stab. Just grin. Got you. Holy cow, this is annoying. Given new technology, more things are possible. Yeah. Okay, that was surprisingly easy. Okay. I just got into a pattern, it works. Nice. It hit itself, oh my god. At this point, I'm not even worried about how many enemies there are and how it seems endless. I'm just going. Ow, you did too. I don't like these enemies. Get you up first, so I don't have to go through like Ow. Frick. Don't fight these enemies! No! Ah, that was so good. Given a new technology, more possibilities are available. Often, most of the new possibilities are better. Sometimes care needs to be taken to restrict the new bad option. True. Like, it's a lot of the reason why I would say something like, genie wishes. People will say, here's my genie wish, and then I'm just like, speak of people will go through and have a genie wish where they're just like, ah yes, world peace, right? Yeah, it's just sometimes it's their unexamined idea of what world peace means. And I use world peace as an example because I see that as the ultimate in like they don't understand world isn't by it's in my opinion one of the worst things because inherently what it means is that no matter how it's not going to be an agreement reached by other people. It's going to be an agreement made by you. And with the way most conflicts in that's yeah. That doesn't work out. It's not going to be a lasting peace, and if you break out a lasting peace, then what can that look like? A peace where the only person who agreed to it was you. There's only a opinion that, like, that chair is yours. And I think that's at the core of it. That's at the core of like a lot of conversations about like dystopian. Someone's an example before.
Polaris. Ulena. Polaris. Polaris.
The fact that like
Vector. Polaris.
Ulena.
Polaris.
Their opinion alone.
Ulena. Polaris.
Which is ridiculously hard to recognize and internalize because, you know, you are the storyteller of the story that you're telling. And, you have to be willing to call yourself an unreliable narrator. What is this?
Polaris.
Dang it. Not safe.
Ulena.
While he's flying through around you.
Polaris. Vector.
Okay, let's this.
Polaris. Polaris.
Now,
Vector.
come on.
Polaris.
Take it. Alright. Oh my gosh. How many is here? Frick! Oh my gosh! Holy cow! Oh my gosh! Absurd! Okay. Seem to have mostly recovered from the shock of seeing two of the bosses show at the same time. I don't know how much longer this is much. Oh no. It's over. Is it over? Rounds in chat. It's over. That was... Oh my gosh. I feel tired. Just from that. Hi. Don't fight me, please. A visitor? No, this is fair. I must apologize for not rising to greet you. After an age spent sickly, I find myself unable to lift from its bedchamber. I hope, good pilgrim, our citadel has shown you the courtesy deserved of a bug devout. Are you spinning silk? Or are you powered by silk? What's happening?
Hironare.
I've worn its hospitality well enough, aged one. Ah, my sympathies, pilgrim. We have fallen so far. Now, sadly, if you've come seeking aid or understanding, I fear I too shall disappoint. Whatever you would ask, I have only my melody left to offer. It is a simple thing, blah 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 is accidentally skipped. It's not important. Connector's melody. Yay! Our song upon a silver thread. R.E.P.O will sound so long abstract. Keep safe for a moment. He'll likely be the last to receive it. Oh dang. The mantle of conductor weighs heavy. Had I known the cost before its bearing, would I have accepted the... Okay, I finished that. Oh my gosh. Okay, that freaking fight took forever. What the heck? That fight was like... Oh yes, how long do you want the fight? I could have a decent... Guys. How long? Sure? Not long enough. Long? Not long enough. Ah, that fight. Okay. So. I do have one question, and this is a legitimate asking question. Like, legitimately, you can answer if you know. In this lab, there are 2 doors. I don't know. Those are doors locked by the apostate. What the heck do they lead? What's the how do I get the apostate key? I guess that's that's the question I actually want to ask. How do I get the apostate key? Anyways, now the question is, what do I want to do next? Because I don't want to fully progress the story. I want to still unlock things, and I'm worried that I've unlocked all the things I can, and that's why I'm asking about the apostate key, because I'm like, yeah, I have one melody left before, like, I think that's an ending, and I'm like, I don't want to push it forward yet. I want to have more game. I mean, website says you can find the apostate key in the putrefied ducts region. All scan away the stage, boss, the cauldron. Oh, the putrefied duct seems like it would be in the underworks, but oh yeah, there is one part of the underworks I haven't been to. Like, I can see a little thing there. I don't know how to access it, but I do have double jump. Yeah, let's go to the underworks. Okay, so it's gonna be top right of this room. Oh, wait. Yeah, cross bridge. Okay, I have to find a different way to enter this room. Or I could just go over here and go up from here. If that's a possibility. That is, I go up here. Now, putrefied duct sounds like it would be something in Underworld. So, You want more specific directions, the ducks? I want to check my hypothesis first. Oh, right. This. I forgot, I don't have a way there, do I? Not unless I could break off the lever and, like, access it that way.
Mi offende?
Oh, you were actually saying something! They're scattered about the citadel, each seemingly laid with purpose. Someone wished the thing dismantled, showed respect enough to be it stored safe.
Ah, ulama.
That heart is in inspired form, conceived by the first of my line for a knight of cog and blade. In it, I see my predecessor's talent, immense, now lost forgotten. I could never create copy, a work so fine.
Buenera.
And the knight that once bore the heart? Tell me of them.
Hasos
A gleaming order, a cogwork sentinels. Though impressive, majestic, in function, they were charged but bound to the highest holy duty. Long before the creation of the core, the sentinels ventured, even beyond these walls, to see all bugs brought forth safe to serve the citadel. If the heart were restored within the citadel's shell, would it give thanks for the awakening, or would it grieve those lands now lost?
That's fine.
Time Maker, I may find out. I have my own theory, and the theory is boss fight. Oh, frick, I need the... Oh, wait. Architect's key? If Bug Red can prove their aptitude with our implements, I would offer the key to grant access to the travel store above. Oh. What? I thought I needed to buy everything else first. Okay. Crafting kit, I suppose... Oh, right, yeah, I did, yeah, I made rosary. I could break this apart and get the crafting kit. Yeah. Okay, so there are two more things I need here. That's metal stuff. I have the architect. Which I suppose the architect key does mean I can do a thing now over here. But the specific word stated for, like, above, like the... Maybe up here? Oh, yeah, totally up here. Above an architect. Yay! Apple of the architect. Oh, claim. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so this is another soul, right? This is another type of soul. Yeah, bound the crest of Architect Crest. Spin the needle as a screw, shedding froze. Spin silks rapidly to craft new tools. Press up B. Change crest. Okay, yeah, it's a different crest. Wait, what? Oh! Oh! I see! Okay. I see what that does. Okay, so I could spend could use some of the shards to just craft in the open. I totally don't remember where I am. I don't have the compass equipped. I'm so reliant on compass. Frick. Yay! Pouch capacity and tool damage. Lab keys, keyfin. Vertex. Yay! Oh! I could equip 3 weapons with this. That's a fascinating thing. Let's see. What are these? Oh, I can't tell because I don't have the things marked. Well, I gotta stick with Hunter because I like Hunter. But maybe later I'll be able to see what that thing can do. Okay, so that was the architect key. I got an extra thing, but it didn't do anything else. Let's see. Putrefied ducts. Well, if I were to suppose, like, this middle area between coral chambers and underworks could possibly be, like, some putrefied ducts. There's also part of Sinner's Road I haven't accessed yet. Yeah. Let's try going at it from, like, hang on. What else? What else? There's another drop here. No, that's just the elevator connection between, like, the coral chambers and the Grand Gate. But actually, that goes down. Where does that drop? No, wait, not up. I learned it doesn't quite connect to up. Okay, so coral chambers. There are a few extra connections we can find. Something else I noticed is I was looking at the achievement list for this, and I'm not even halfway through the achievements, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Either there's a lot of bonus stuff outside of the story, which would make sense. That is what Hollow Knight did. It would make sense for Silksong to do that too. Ah, frick. But it could also just be like, there's just, Oh, heck. Oh, hey, look at that! Oh, hi. Oh, I'm at the Grand Gate. So, is this just another way to get over here? Yeah, it appears to be just another way to get over here. Like a shortcut, possibly. Unless if this is something special. Oh, look! There's a thing! Aha! Oh, a thread! Yay! Looks like there's nothing else up here. Yay! Alright, and that was the drop. That was all. Not the putrefied ducks, but still something interesting. I want your money. I know that they're possessed and all, but like I'm imagining an AU where they're not possessed and I'm just a murder hobo. Nowhere to live but the corpses of my enemies. Okay, let's see. The elevator's up. Oh, that is the thing I go down. Okay, so go all the way to the right here, and it's probably a door that I can't open, but I can swing. Wait, it's a key? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, what the heck? Are you? Are you an enemy?
Yep.
You are certainly attacking the other side.
Richala, haha!
You were not an enemy. Okay.
Oh, Bopaya.
Thank goodness. Baru, a fellow warrior, braves his blood and blaze. Now you stand before the honored knight Garmin and brave companion Zaza. Together, Zaza and I wish that good luck to you, Sir Buck. It is heartening to see you meet another of sound mind and fortitude enough to fight back against the many haunted husks.
No, she not a screamer.
Aye, never ending these unnatural opponents. This citadel seems as stores, and honor decrees we must fight on until we rend the heart of its decay. Okay, I like you. I like you. You are a friend. You are a friend. Okay, so oh yeah, that's why I don't have. Oh yeah, that's what this is. Surge. I have it. Ah! Yeah. Okay, but question. Oh, what? It closes. Okay, so I can't just, like. I can't figure out what's underneath the elevator. Gotcha. Ah, that is a question. That is something Metroidvanias have taught me. If you can go in an elevator, what's underneath it? Whiteboard. Interesting. Well, this seems creepy. Another key? An ornate lock mechanism with a wheel at its center. An ornate key, not a simple key. Okay. Yeah, so it's very dark here. I kind of want a map. Yeah, you're gonna have something. You're gonna have something scary pop out, aren't you? That's not scary. That's just normal. Ow! What's that noise? Die. I don't like that. I'm like, that's probably a boss fight. The I'm just going the direction. I just chose to go right, and it's like, there's no stopping. I got a silk beater, and that appears to be the end of me just going straight right. Okay. I feel incredibly nervous about this. Playing a model of this. Yes! Start rosaries? Yes! App! Okay. White ward. Is that all there was to it? Also, wait a second. This part of the Citadel! I thought it would be part of the Underworks. Oh, what the heck? What the heck? That... What? You, you seem like someone whose hunch never got addressed, and now you're just so hunched you're on 4 legs. But you only have 2 legs. I hear it. Ah, frick. I don't like fighting you in this enclosed space. This is... I hear a thing. What about here? Like right here. I hear something. It's like a sparkly. There's like a... There's absolutely a secret around there. Okay, I'm just gonna go... Okay. Oh, it must be over here. There it is. I know I heard a sparkly. Injector band. That. It appears to be something I can equip. What is it? Oh, there it is. Brace of surgical pins from the white ward, used to forcefully insert silk deep inside a bug shell. Oh, and they're all being controlled with frick. They're all being controlled by silk. What? That's... Huh. That's, That is extraordinarily uncomfortable. I am being shouted in... What? Charging key! I got another key! What the heck? Ah! What the heck? This is a very uncomfortable... Ah! Look at that! I don't have to have the elevator. In fact, the elevator being there is an impediment. Oh yeah, this is where I got the silk eater. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wait. I went the wrong direction. Wait, no, hey, that. This area has me so on edge. That's not where I went. Where the heck did I go? Oh, right there. So I found the surgeon's key. Killed it. Thank you. Friend! Where are my bugs? Yeah. Okay, hang on. That seems like enter the Oh gosh. Well, die, frick. Time for me to go back and do a thing about the. I feel more comfortable dealing with these enemies now that I have my soul. It's like, yeah, if I die, it's better rather than gone. Okay, time to. Don't fight me. Oh, frick. R.E.P.O commandment. God damn it! Okay. 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 I heckin' knew it. I knew that would happen. This area has very uncomfortable connotations. Oh my gosh, wait. Remains of a citadel bug possessed by silk dregs. The tusk will lash out wildly with the many sharp pins caught inside its thread. That is very distressing. Very distressing. Especially after I got like implements they use to inject silk straight into these bugs. Frick. Okay. Oh. Okay. I want out of here. Alright, what's over here? Oh my gosh. That's uncomfortable. We're still in the coral chambers. Heck. What is that? Okay. Okay. Heck. Oh, look where I am. my And now I'm back. But I'm not gonna go back there. Just like, thank you. I know where that leads now. I am fine not going back. I prefer not going back, actually. Why? Okay. Well, that was an adventure. Oh yeah, those two are places where I need to bring some. Well, I got the surgeon key. I have no idea what that's used. There is one place I could use the surgeon key, and that was in order to get that, I used the white key. There's a few other places I could go, I guess. Frick. There's like a large empty space in there, and then I was like, could that be something? There's still like an up there from the blasted steps that I just haven't figured out what it is or how to do it. Where's the big this up here? I feel like I feel very, very uncomfortable with, but I just okay. More specific directions, like which area should I be looking in? That's what I want to know. Which area should I be looking in? I tested out my hypothesis. I got a surgeon key, and then I don't. That the atmosphere that got me. It just frick. Where did I want? I'll go for shine. Head to the memoriam. Do I know where that is? No. So I'll figure it out then. But I know to look for the memoriam, so oh look, more missions.
Oi!
Oh right, 500 bomb for the wounded.
Oi!
Elling Brothers Sisters, I'll descend into the holy whiteboard and search for Helix. Dang it! If you're able, please join me. Company will make the work much better.
Oi!
Heck.
Ahoy!
Ahoy! What do you want?
No, Zobo.
Well, see here what your brash behavior has brought, Bellringer. As I predicted, this one's people stakes raised out crawling with all sorts. We're the beginnings of a shabby little settlement, all huddled around the souls to their kind. These poor bugs, all are victims of Citadel's insidious attraction. This place draws them up into its maw, only to consume them utterly. Aye, inside and out. It's nothing but a grand gilded lie. Well, at least these few stragglers can enjoy a moment's safety, poor fools. Okay, you're no longer going oi at me, so that's good. I have a new mission. Yay! Side quest! Also, Surge Key. Opens a sluice beneath the operating theater. Figure out where that is, but first I gotta go back. It's back to whiteboard for me. Yay. Back to whiteboard. I have direction and things to do. That's not the main story, and I'm just like, that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm just there we go. And okay. So come back to the whiteboard. Check under operating theater. I don't know what you mean by operating theater, but hey. I missed that one up. I got greedy. Okay, so Sluice beneath the operating theater. Let's go. Okay, are you? Is there types? What? Oh, what? Yes. Now underneath the elevator. I have to do it. I hecking knew it, game. Heck. Hey, which one's the operating theater? Are you? You seem to be theater of some sort. I just... Oh, there it is. Yep. Surgeon's key. There we go. Yeah, boss fight. Okay. Be unraveled. What do you mean be unraveled? Ah, frick. These things. What's that? Ow. I don't like this. Oh gosh, what are you doing? What's happening? Ah, frick. Okay, boss time. My death was immediate. My death was immediate. Yay! Oh, I can't go that way. Okay. That was actually really easy to deal with. Huh. Dang it. Now it's time for this thing. Like, I know that Silk is controlling. What the heck? I didn't see those enemies do anything. Were they actually enemies, or were they just corpses? Hell, this is making me so uncomfortable. It's just the atmosphere. The atmosphere gets to me. What the heck? What the heck? I don't like thinking about it. Get out of here and I'm fine. Stay underneath. I can't attack you from underneath. No, it's so big. Can I just sit at the side and then like wait for it to go back? No, okay, I don't rush it. Maybe I get behind it. I get behind it. Okay, I get behind it. Over here. Stay behind it and I'm fine. Okay. Feels like I'm cheesing a bit, but it's fine. This is not a test of my skills, this is a test of like how comfortable I am, but the fact that we spit with which touching noises in a dark area that is full of the coppers. I don't frick. Which is a true statement. I haven't fricked in a while. TMI, but whatever. Okay, I can't hit the top. No. Sit up here. Fine. Please don't have a second phase. I mean, I know you're gonna have a second phase, but please don't have a second phase. No, you're not dead. The music doesn't stop. Oh, it's more of these. Okay. Not be under these. Okay. Fine. It's gonna show up again. This is wow. It's okay. I just okay. Ah, wait. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. That's not fair. Stop, please. Ah. Ah. Dang it. I'm gonna sit here for a second. Okay. Why is that? There's nothing about that should... Why is... Heck. I just... It's a thing I can do. It's one of the few things I can do. Oh gosh. Yeah, maybe I got this fear from just being stuck in a hospital for a long time and just like not like the idea anymore. It's just the implied body horror. It's like, oh yes, it's happening in medical institutions. Just messing with me. Oh, look, I'm behind! Step. First, got hit. Ow! Friend! I tried. Want to be able to survive the second phase, I need to get not like relying on the corner for the phase. Because the corner is a liability in the next phase. Right. Oh, thank goodness I got him. I got the lucky dice. Stop, frick! Okay. Alright, I don't have much plasmium left. Oh, wait, but I have plenty of fruit flat, the flea brew. I'm low on plasmium, but the flea brew I have a good amount of. I don't like going to refill the plasmium. It's so out of the way. I do have a silk eater just in case I don't want to. I want to finish this. That's not the same as like enjoying the process. This is good game. I've got a few fantastic kind of done this. Like, this is gonna be one of the few parts of the game where I'm gonna feel fantastic having done this. Not necessarily the process of doing it. Okay, I'm too slow to do that. That! Frick, that was remarkably rude. Not the best thing. Yeah, that's exactly right. Atmosphere beats me out. I gotta check. Gotta be people who went live, but no, one of them is a friend request. Cool, I'll take a look at that later. I feel... I could do this. I can do this. I can do this. Hack. Okay. There's not a lot of other extra things around I can go do instead. Yeah. Don't you never stop. I have an idea. I wonder if this works. I couldn't do the idea. I didn't start soon enough. Okay. Oh, I just noticed something. Okay, if I have the okay, that doesn't work. But if I have things that stick there, then it would work. No. Ah! Oh my gosh. I don't have enough space. Or I'm not putting myself far enough out. I don't know. The hitbox drifts behind it. Ah. About economical situation coming from someone who's poor. Yay. My ability to make jokes is significantly lower than I am. What? Feeling courageous at the moment. Mostly organs. Oh, what the heck? I thought that thing organs. I thought that like them. the next phase. I'm not happy about this development. Okay. At least I'm fully healed. I am happy about that development. Oh, thank goodness, Lucky does. Thank you. Ow. Ow! Oh, frick. That was a mistake. 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 Frick. Okay. Oh, okay, that was good. That was good luck. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Ah! Frick, 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 frick. I can heal. Thank you. Ow! Frick. Okay, I healed a little bit. No, 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 no. Ah, ah, ah. Okay, it's good I heal a little bit because I don't mind to be dead. Okay. This is a good idea. This is a good idea. I'm gonna have to lose track of my location. Wait, what? See? See what I mean? See what I mean? That works. That could work. Everything is here. I'll just keep the number where I am. Without the compass. Proactively give me pointers on the map. Wait, no, I don't want to be over there. Keep on forgetting there are like little enemies that pop up first. The opening act. Okay, that goes down. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. Now. Okay, right up there. Ow. I messed it up. Nope, not low enough. Dang it, it's like right at the thing. Like there. hang on, I'm finding some guys. There we go. I'm trying to face that. I face my fears, and my fears hurt me. No, it's not over! I thought a cheapskate way to do it, and then it's like, no. Game recognizes how it's too easy on its own, except it wasn't! I cheesed it! What are you gonna add? What are you adding to the pie? Or is it more of the same? Ah, frick! More of the same. And the same kills me. Ow. Yeah, no, okay. Frick, no, no, ah, no, frick! Frick! Oh gosh. No, frick! Spawn it this side, please! No, I thought, frick, I only 1 health. It's the last health point that matters, right? Right? Spawn over there, why? Okay, now I now have more than 1 health point. I didn't expect to be hit with the phase 3. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just... But I'm done here. I have to go straight away again. Okay. First that done. Just get uncomfortable with this. Your weird stretchy neck. That is made of nothing but string. I have my strategy. Quickly went from the cheese to, oh god, what I actually have to do. For some reason, found me red. I didn't even know was like able to have web. I thought it was too high. No wonder the sun's less. I don't actually know if I can say that. Like, completely fine, you know. No, stop crowding me, stop crowding me, stop crowding me! Grin! Your time. No spear force needed. I am fine. Well, until his spear force is needed for this guy. Frick! No, I didn't mean to press that button. What do you mean that's not an improbable? Like, move! Frick, I was too slow. Wait, what? God, that's done. The guy that I just want to heal. I just want to heal. Ah, frick! What? That spear. That spear got me. That spear got me. That could be useful. Hey, problem with my strategy. For some reason, at some point, it seems like the boss's hitbox moves. The hitbox of the metal on top. It seems inconsistent because sometimes it'll move and then I'll just be able to go to the side and it'll work again. That was bad. trying that. Why was that close enough? Closer to the wall, but not all the time. Why? Okay. I am getting better at this. I'm ready for it to be over. This feels... This is something I can do. I will do it. I am obsessing. Obsessing and determined. There's another word for it. I forget what it is. Something like... in like a negative way? Okay, I think I have to have this or else I'm not gonna be able to get into the like ball spot. Nope, that's not it. Okay, that's what about right here? before? Like I changed my position by a pixel and then something was like it doesn't work. Damage. Stubborn. Oh, dang, stubborn. Stubborn. That's the word. That's the word. Stubborn. Albert is fine as stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion towards him, but maybe that's too obscure for it. Stubborn. Stubborn is the word. Stubborn is the word. Stubborn is the word. I can beat this during the advertisement. Frick. Oh, right. Spears first. Taking those off. Ow. Did it change? Did spot change? Nope. Phase 3. Phase 3. Now I missed. Lower. The spot is lower. It's legitimately lower. Ah, frick! Oh, I was almost fighting. Obstinate is. Oh my gosh, that is deep fast. Oh, that's. Obstinate! I am big obstinate! Yeah! Okay. Here. Right, this is exactly the case. I tried to hit it, it, vaguely. No, you don't. No, you don't. Why are you like this? Also, hi, Naomi Spaghetti. Okay, I am fine. I'm also conscious. Reward it! I don't want to start seeing other face. 3 games stuff. Over to the other side. I don't game my order. I keep forgetting my order. Ah! I wasn't paying attention. No! Ah, no! 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 I'm afraid I was gonna hit there. Why is it still alive? Okay. Friend. Please let me be done. Oh hey, this seems like an important thing. This seems like a, I don't know, like a secret ending type of dealio. Find them all. Okay, I'll try. One mind, one union. Hang on, that sounds like hive minds. Wait a second. That's not right. Raise them up. Is this the evil silk that we're talking to? They are ours, bound forever. Oh yeah, you're the evil silk, aren't you? Frick. Avery. I just gotta have a bench so I can like re-equip my compass and see where I'm going again and see where I am. Cause I can't tell anymore. I'm somewhere in the underworks. I vaguely recognize this place. Vaguely. Rosaries? Yeah. Oh yeah, these are the temporary benches. Frick! Okay, fine. I'll take the temporary benches. Where am I? I'm right there. Okay, what does that path look like? That path looks like that. Okay. Carmella's traveling to the Citadel's White Ward. Well, I have to go back. probably has lore significance. And like probably like some random bug made it, and that's the significance. Aha, it's a secret. Oh look, it's a thing. A psalm cylinder, nice. Okay. Okay, I did the thing. Now I just need to find the pilgrim. I can't go back this way. Nope, 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 no, 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 no. I'm not just, no, no, no. Not in the overwhelmingly scary area. I'm just in the slightly distressing and sad, but not scary area. Distressing? Yes. Sad? Yes. Sad? No. No. Distressing? Yes. Sad? Yes. Scary? No. Let's go back to the scary place to find the pilgrim. Why would you want to go there? I mean, I saw the request. It was specifically because like you were getting medical supplies, which is good. That's a good idea. You need a person where describe those two places now? Yeah. Alright, I can't get the white work from here. The way blocks itself. I go. And then I can finish out this most recent spate of quests from the bell town, the place, whatever, with 500 rosaries. Okay. Okay. I can do this. Doing it is possible. Like, this area is hauntingly beautiful. Like, also, why are silk-controlled people still trying to do a form of worship? Like, what the heck? Spooky doesn't imply distressing like spooky versus scary. Possibly. I don't know. I'm like, there's been something on social media about like the use of the word spooky, and I'm just like, I don't want to touch it. I can stop using spooky. There's something about it. I don't know. Something about racist origins. Grin. smells scary. Eh. Okay. So just don't drop in the hole and I'm fine. Oh, the hole is closed now. It's just closed forever. Great. Great. That just adds to the terrifyingness of it. Why? Why did you... No, you can revisit it. Tell me something wasn't that bad. You just sealed it. Why'd you seal it? Now it's gonna go in my head rent free for days. No, I don't. Pilgrim might be over there. Frick. Okay. Ren. Okay. What is this? What is it? Why is that here? Doesn't smell like Pilgrim. Yeah. Hey, can we just... I don't like this. Go across, and then I just I don't know. There's you get an up passage or something. Is there anything up, dog? Pilgrim. Pilgrim. Wait, what was your name? Sherma. No, it's Sherma? It's the freaking Sherma that rings the bell. No, it's Sherma. Oh, I like Sherma. Frick. Sherma shouldn't be here. Sherma's favorite happiness, not this. Sherma's this way. Uh-huh. The Sherman went up. Okay. What? Sherma, are you okay? Hi, Sherma. It's okay. I found you. Hi, but they didn't have the fear to slowly eye Sherma. I thought healing supplies, but then the way back collapsed. Then I heard moaning from the dark. Oh, how thankful I am to see you.
Da, Fenestra.
Hold your gratitude, little one. The dead are stirring. Frick! Why do you have to be so cruel? What the heck? Okay, suspension just leave, but they're like going to crush her by killing her. Quickly! Frick! Okay, close it. Imagine how scarred Sherma is now, where it's like Hornet delivers that badass of a line, goes in, fights to protect, and then dies in front of her. Oh wait, I could have taken a shortcut. I'm taking the long way. Frick. Okay. I know where Sherma is. Path, go back there, and I can't feel better about it. Okay, but like little bit of courage got him from like, hey, there's Shoma in here. I need to save Shoma. It's not solace, it's like conviction. Of course, what a badass line. Play it's dead or stupid. I don't even remember exactly what the line said. It was just cool. I remember it was cool. How far do you go? I feel like I'm behind you. Frick. That's actually kind of cool to think about. Keep going until they're behind you. Ooh. Okay, well I'm low on health. Hey, Shirama, round 2. Okay, you forgot that I died in front of you.
Cadestre.
Hold your gratitude, little one. The cadestre. Little teens of fear get me. Ooh. Oh yeah, perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Oh, what the heck? Why? Oh my gosh! Oh, frick! These. Ooh. The other one is still over here, right? Whoa. Yep. Ah! Frick. How many more? Oh, we got more of these. Yay! I poisoned the other one to death. Okay, now it looked more terrifying than them, but give me a second. Okay.
Miabel?
Oh, Red Maiden, sorry to have lured you into such danger. And those poor bugs, bewitched by the thread, no sin could possibly warrant such a fate.
Magina Fora.
Your pity is not misplaced, but better suited for another time. For now, you should look to your own care.
Sacrela de la.
Ah, yes, I should get these healing supplies back to the pilgrim settlement above. My brothers and sisters have waited long enough. Oh my gosh.
Paspin?
If you make your way back to the settlement, little one, I could escort you if need be. Oh no, I'll lay no more of my troubles upon you, Red Maiden. With the way cleared, I can return under my own guidance. After all, what's another pilgrimage? Eh?
Sacrela de la.
Oh, and I have something for you as well. I found it buried amongst the broken relics down here in the darkness, glowing with a pale light. That's an odd-looking thing, not exactly holy-seeming, but I would be honored if you accepted it all the same. Oh yeah. Frick, yeah. Yeah! Okay. And for my troubles, I got more thread. Let's go. My fellow pilgrims are praying for you, and thereby no harm will befall me. I'm pretty sure no harm befell you because I found you, and I was like, oh dear. I'm just gonna go this way and hope this is a good way. This goes to the underworks, right? We're leaving. Yeah, it goes to the underworks. Straight to the underworks. Whee! Oh yeah! Over here. I like over here. Over here is nice. Over here is not over there. And over there is terrifying. Therefore, over here is nice. Yeah. Yeah. I am finished with the freaking over there. Okay. I go finish one last mission, and then I say, cool. Okay. Go to the first shrine. I have another mission there. Which is just pay them money and I'll basically finish it up. Hi, Shirma. Welcome back, Trade Maiden. Thank you again for coming to my aid. I'm no healer, but with the supplies you found in the world below, even my unlearned class can case the suffering of our brothers and sisters. What's the thing about Spook? Apparently Spook was sometimes used as a derogatory term for particular kinds of people before, alongside the usual meaning. As such, darkness could creep into this most holy places, even though we pilgrims got their promise to ascend. I confess, I wonder at the meaning of it all, but enlightenment does not come easily, or all at once. I should just continue my task another time. What's the oi?
Nesvir?
More scared than weak they seem to be. It's heartening knowing these few have survived
From
safe
Daga.
to care. That's your work, Bellringer, not mine. We're gonna help, and I hope they recognize your efforts, because I ain't providing much. And I ain't one for fighting if that choir and their pins ever come calling. Okay. Inkling Songclave. Donate. Yay! And that should be that one done.
Oh, Liame.
Okay. Okay. What is it this time? Are you the same before our dear merchant there? I've seen her about, seeking and scrounging, even a 4-year was ringing a bell. Useful sort, but don't let her age be foolish. She's still the sharpest mind for it. Won't be long till this Yari rosary about the shrine that ain't found its way into her pockets. There's like an ascension I can do up there. I don't see any like extra ways to get into that space in the middle there. There's that one little thing in Sinner's Road. They're like those two. There's I think could be done there later, possibly. Do I have the things for them? I don't remember what would be. There's whatever that thing in the blasted steps is. And there's a slab. And then there's progress. I don't want to make progress. Surgeon. Rule physician of White Ward. Responsible for operations modifications on the Citadel's bugs. The procedures with Silk may have prolonged life within the Citadel, but they unknowingly gifted many minds to the Monarch. Monarch? Whatever. Interesting collectors of historical. I have bomb cylinders that I can go like turn in. I could turn in the psalm cylinders, but that is something I can do. Where would it go? Well, Whispering Vaults. Relatively close to the Grand Bellway and also the Underworks. Either one, I guess, works. Yeah. I think the Whispering Vaults are what I'm looking for. Wait, hang on. I want to see what's... Okay. figure out what the heck is up with like the sinners. Like. And I'm finished with the boss fight here. Okay, it goes up to the West Wing Vaults? Yeah, the West Wing Vaults are over there. Wait. Now, does that mean I should go up and around? Okay, land whose flame built falter. Who's correct? Okay, yep. Wow. These are the Western bolts. I think what I'm looking for is up there. It's the shop icon, so yeah. Stop it. How the frick did I get there again? Not by dropping down here. I have to go up higher. Over here. Ah! Hello! Hasji Watashi brought it. More treasures are waiting on a keeper's insight, yes? The sacred cylinders of her holy citadel. Pass them, give them now, she must! Yep. Cylinder. Yes, a fair gift. We respond. This vault keeper shall glean what knowledge a great mind can. Yay! Last surgery of conductor Mazzello performed in White Ward's operating theater. Oh dear. No. Guide track for the choir with a theme of ascendance.
Yanara.
Could be a collection vault keeper. Correct. We respond she's a bother. Do since big more gifts, the collection sells gifts. Okay. Evidence. Okay. I just kind of. I am so happy to be out of the freaking White Rest. Is that what it's called? Whiteboard. It sounds worse than I tried to give it the name. Those are some noises. There are some noises. There are some noises that insinuate someone in lots of pain and someone else being like, I'm surgically working on them. It's like, oh. Ow. there is that one gap that doesn't seem to go work to the Cogwork core that I could go for. Also Sinner's Road. There's whatever those two things are. I'm just... There's whatever the heck that thing at the end of Blast of Steps is, which I've looked at, and I don't know what it does or how to get to it or what have you. Oh. There's like a small little snippet of I haven't gone there in like the Cogwork core area that I could possibly get to without it being a spoil. In order to get there, I would have to go to High Halls or the Forum. That would be the closest point. Okay. Yeah. So, when I'm fighting bosses like the freaking Unraveled, am I taking some of the evil silk into me? Like, is that what's happening? Is that like evil silk I'm taking in? Not a fan of that, but like, I could see how that would be progress, I guess, towards like something. Oh, hi. Nothing. And an art automaton with an empty chest. Oh, it's the heart thing. Okay, so I need the cog heart. Wait. This is the one for like stuff later. Yeah. Shard bundle. Okay, I was hoping that would be a Cogwork heart, but it's a shard bundle. Okay. Oh, for that. So then I can go back to the that one spot that I'm curious about. But my instincts are saying, hey, that might actually lead into the progress part. So I should like try out like trying to get through Sinner's Road again. And then past that point, I will just suck it up and go there. I'll just do it. Wait, what? Yeah. Nope, not down there. Up. Okay, so I can go up and to the right, and that brings me to the elevator, and then I can check the sinners. Be like, okay. All the things. Yay. Okay, so I'll also check what those two pins I put down there are about. But yeah, I could go to Sinners. I go to Bellway, and then I go to Raymore. Go to Bellway, and then I go to Graymore from Bellway. go to Sinner's Road from Rainbow. Wait. Thank you. Okay, come on, map. Thank you. Okay, so up and to the right. But that up might be hard to get to. Or not difficult at all. Barely an inconvenience. Damn it! That was not high enough. Yeah. There we go. I was just all the way to the right, and then maybe something up there. And if that's not the case, I don't know. Should I rest on a bench? I should rest on a bench. I should rest on a bench. That's a smart thing. That's a smart thing. This place is very hostile. But it's not, you know, evil. Yeah. Yeah, I can check the end of this room because there's something there that looks. Yeah, over here. What is that about? I've been in this room several times, but I've been like, how do I get up several times? Yeah. And I can. Nice. Because I have double jump. Yeah. Oh, that opens that door. Yay! Hi. Is this a boss fight? This is a boss fight. There's enemies. Oh, hi! There's the boss, Disgrace Chef Luigi. Disgrace Chef Luigi! Ah, no! Luigi, how could you? No, 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 why do you... No! Okay. Okay. I see. Well, now I know. There's an extra boss fight I could go handle. Nice. Uh-oh. Okay, but I do think I picked up how to get rid of the maggots. Because, like, when I healed quickly, it was like, oh, the maggots are gone. And I'm like, yeah, you have to not accumulate enough, like, silk to heal to get rid of the maggots. Got it. I guess you eat your silk. And into the kitchen. At least they're nice enough to not start the boss fight immediately when I enter. You know, if I get tired, I can just be like, okay, I just Also, what the heck is that butt attack? Ayo? Hey, freaking no! I healed. What do you mean I died? I healed. I should have had at least 3 health. At least 4 health. What? What? Did the heal not go off soon enough? Or do you deal 4 damage? Luigi went down. Great chef. I did not suspect that playing this game would have you being trying to outrun a butt, but I mean, that's what this boss fight is. It's like he's trying to butt slam you and then you have to run away. Also, disgrace probably because all your food. Why? Wait, you. Oh my gosh, it does 4 damage. Why does your butt do 4 damage? Why does your butt do 4 damage to my face? Yeah, sure, right. You know how much. Oh wait, it's only 2 damage. I think. Frank. Dang it. Ow. Only 2 damage, you said? Maybe 2 for each. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Yeah, sure. 2 for each. I'm getting farther in the boss fight.
Get up!
That's good. You drift up and down, and that drifting down is what's getting me. Yeah. Hackies. It's okay. I want to be able to have finished 3 bosses today. So that's my goal. I am oversaturated. Yeah, I have to constantly stay moving for way too Back at it. Frick! No! I'm doing better. Okay, I'm doing better. Slowly. Slowly but surely doing better at this particular boss fight. Bad run. That was a very bad attempt. That attempt went poorly. Very poorly. As they're playing. Yeah. For the boss fight. Should be able to handle it. So thank you. Thank you for being happens. Oh, second phase. Ow. That was bad, second phase. Not me. Frick. Oh my gosh. Lucky dice. Okay. I am succeeding. Wow. Let's do this. Ow. Oh, look at that, Cindy. Ah, frick. Ow, that was bad. I am living on the fever right now. It's gonna be something actually I can Yes! Okay, I win. Goodbye. Pickled muck maggot. That's not a bad thing. That's a pungent delicacy preserved in roach brine, the most famous creation of the disgraced chef Lugoli. I'm gonna ask for actual, legitimate, full help. Like a full lookup thing. Where do I use the pickled muck maggot? I have no idea. I have absolutely zero idea where to use a pickled muck maggot. Just... whatever. That seems to be Dinner's Arc? Dinner's Road? Which seems wrong because I was like led to believe it's a different way to head into. Okay, actually, I could do one more little bit of exploration with this. what if it's a muck nugget? Okay, cool. So the muck nugget is one of multiple ingredients. Got it. Now. Okay, so it's a quest that looks at both that uses multiple ingredients. Where do I pick up the quest from? Like, is it a town I have access to? Like, where is the quest? That's what I want to know. Huh? That way I can check if I have access to it yet. I know it's a town I don't know the name of. It's like, ah! Cool. Hey, if I were to guess, because, like, this side of Sinner's Road is so close to, like, the Underworks, that this could be, like, where the supposed, like, alternate path is to, like, the Citadel from... You need to talk to Loyal Merwin, who's found an empty dining chamber in the Coral Chambers. Oh. Okay, so it's... Loyal Merwin, Coral Chambers. Got it. Got it. Ha! Rekia. The mist. I found the alternate route. Yikes. I have far more mobility than I'm supposed to have at this place, but like, yeah. Oh, look, there's a gap here. There's a gap here. Yep, that's where the mist goes. What the heck? Wraith, anguished specter of lingering thread. Despite its ephemeral nature, strong strikes can dispel the wraith for a time. For a time? Okay. Ah, frick. My mistake.
Ren!
What the heck? That's... I don't like that. I don't like that. Stop. Oh my gosh. I thought it was in the place that is like I do. It's the mist. Can I find a bench, please? Oh gosh. Nope. Nope. I don't wanna. I have to. I don't wanna, but I have to. I have to if I want to keep progressing. Well, this isn't progression, this is just extra stuff. What the heck happened there? Yep, okay. Ow. Why do I stuff spawn here? Okay, I would absolutely adore a map of this place. Game, please. Wonderful. Ah! Ow. Leave this place. Be gone, be gone. You will be lost. Oh, frick. I played a song and I got some music. Yay. Okay. What if I go? Nice. It worked. Oh, I still don't have a map of this place. Yay. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to the right side until I find either a bench or a map. And if I can't find a bench or a map, frick. Like, you're like, leave this place, you will be lost. That makes it sound more, you know, benevolent than you act. Right and up. Frick! Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Ah! Nope, 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 nope. Ah! Ah! No, frick. Ah! Okay, continue right up. God, the map is not changing. The map is keeping me at the same place. What is happening here? Wait. Is that why the... No freaking way. Is that why I don't have a map? Because it just loops on itself? Oh, wait, I'm back at the beginning! Okay. That's distressing. Game? Uh-huh. So don't go down. That's the answer I got from that. There's no friggin' way. There's no friggin' way. That's right. Okay, so back to the mist. Where I haven't made progress because not even the bare semblance of a map helps. And this is not how the end. This is not how the beginning area looked like, I think. I remember this area. Okay. Is it a bunch of same tiles? Do the tiles differ? Like, are the specific rooms I'm noticing like randomized? Is the location randomized? Like what kind of like loss are we talking? Are we talking like everything loops? Like this place it goes randomized, sometimes to go the right direction. But this way. I recognize this particular tile set, this particular room. Yep, I recognize this room. Frick. Okay, so I made a wrong turn somewhere. Do I just go up here? Like, this room. Then I go up here. Instead of to the side, I go up. Okay. Sounds look different. Yeah, this is where I tried to avoid you because I didn't want to deal with you. Okay. Try going up? See if I recognize the area I'm in. Frack! Oh, we're back here. Okay, up from there is not the correct solution. Okay. Over here. Frick, I don't recognize this place. Why? is the wrong way. No, up is the right way. Okay, and then here I go left rather than like, Okay, this seems might be new. Frick. Okay, well, that one's dead. Alright, go over here. How the frick did you do that? Not a bug, but a projection of another's will, cast in smog and silk. So... I gotta... Frick. Yeah, I gotta say going left seems right. This seems correct. I just have to ask myself, do I recognize this particular batch of, like... object placement? Yeah, I nearly failed that. That's it. Frick! I'm back here! Okay. Okay, so I go left from here. Nope, I try not to go up then. I go this way. And then I am... do I recognize this particular tile set? Do I recognize this particular object placement? Those are the words. Left? Frick, which way to go? I gotta try it left? Oh, this is new. This is new. Okay. Do I recognize this object placement? No! No, not under big progress! Okay. Okay, I'm having... I sense better ideas about how to go forward here. Yeah. Okay, so just have to remember the tile sets. Okay, so I remember this. It goes to a little one, a long one, spike up to here. This thing. Okay, and this should lead. That didn't lead to where I thought it would lead. Hey. Go left here, then. Yeah, there's that one spike trap there. I recognize that spike trap. Bouncing. We have to follow these things? Ah, frick! Ah! Fell into the meat. I have to follow these things. Ow! That was rude. What the heck is happening? Ah, frick. No. Nope, you're not gonna devour my stuff. Please don't devour my stuff.
Ren!
Okay, so all of those things. Yeah, okay, I'll try following them. Frick. Okay, I'm not doing too good. I don't like fighting those things. They go through walls. Okay. Okay, I get the feeling I'm not gonna get a map to the mist. It is Last Quiz 2.0. Ah. I don't... The start changed, didn't it? I don't remember that spike trap being there at the beginning. Game. Game, why? Frick. Game, why? You start me off at a different place each time. Oh wait, I see the sparklies. I see them. Ow. Where are more sparklies? I recognize that little spike thingy. Oh, more sparklies. Bye. Oh, there goes my possible thread. This is bottom, there's sparklies there, sorry. See, this is right direction. You don't know what the game is doing, why the game is doing that. You're wrong than listening while you're at work. Okay. Okay. There's a sparkly Sparklies. Uh-huh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I figured it out. Ow. I can't see where you are. What the heck? Okay. Okay. The cord is loose. And it fell out. I'm not muted, it's just the microphone disconnected. Okay, I look for the sparklies. There are the sparklies. Okay. Sparklies, where'd I go? Go this way, got it. Frick. Ow. Yeah! I am not muted. I am alive. I'm not a clown, this is important. But, okay, there we go. I did the thing. I won! It's a clown, this is important. Yeah. Aha! Sparklies! Go to the right. Got it. Okay. I am doing slightly better at figuring out this and fighting the ghost break things. Where do I go now? Bottom right, got it. Frick. Frick. Okay, please. I was still headed the right direction. Yes, okay. Yay. I remember this room. But it doesn't matter the room. The room doesn't matter. What matters is the direction, and the direction the butterflies lead me. Right. Stop. Ah! Ah! Nope, not up, not up. Up is the wrong direction. Okay. Oh my gosh, am I done? Am I done? Please give me a bench. Please give me a bench. I need a bench. Exhaust organ. Great. Give me a bench. Where am I? Oh, wow. That's an interesting place to be. Bench! Yeah, okay. That is never gonna be filled. That area of the map is never gonna be filled because that's freaking mist! I can help if I can fill the exhaust organ though. I still don't have a map for this area, but you know, whatever. Oh yes, I can. Yeah! Hi. Oh. Why us, sister? You spun us to fade. Why us? Want us to break? Why us, sister? Why us? Interesting. A little bit extra lore there. I forgot I don't have a map. I'm back at the bench. Okay. Oh, thing over here. The heck is? Oh, this is back at the beginning. Frick. Okay. Okay, so that leaves. I'm glad I don't have to be like, I have to follow the butterflies here. No, this is the laws of physics. Ow. The laws of physics still apply. Just a little bit. No, it's not physics, is it? It's something geometry. Euclidean geometry applies here. Best news I've heard all day. I'm for certain that one would be quick quoted. Don't be a boss. Don't be a boss. You're a boss. Frick. Hi. Ow. That's about the organ, not the opera. You haven't sung opera. Game. 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 I don't even have a map yet. That's what I thought would be good. It is indeed. That is far. That is far. How many boss fights is this stream alone? Like, I just realized, okay, God, I'm hitting a lot of boss fights. There's like some exploration, but most of what's happening here is just boss fight, boss fight, boss fight. Also the mist. But you know, boss fight, ow. Boss fight. Geometry doesn't apply to the surface of each as it is curved. The Earth as it is curved. Angles of a triangle drawn in a sphere don't increase, yeah. Okay. I'm slowly getting used to this boss fight. I will say this about this boss fight though. Another boss fight, horrible amount of time between like failing and trying again. It's not as bad as some of the others, but still. I'm just... I was hoping you would move out of the way there. No, didn't. something else.
Quiero.
Wait, that's not what I thought it would be. That is a lot. That is a lot. That is a lot. A lot. That is a lot. Hi. Also, on a different note, I am beginning to doubt that this is the alternate path to the pearl for the citadel. This doesn't seem like an alternate path to the citadel. Avoid a boss fight, but doing a boss fight doesn't seem right. Ow. Frick.
Quiero.
I got impatient. Okay. I almost hit the point where I need to stop playing Holiday, and then I'm just like, but I want to keep playing. I want to keep playing, and I'm like, I need to do groceries tomorrow. And do my regular stuff, like applying for a job, and writing more fanfic, and like... D with friends? I'm disappointed in my life.
Quiero.
theme I thought it would be. This is, well, I mean, technically the giant plumes of smoke, dust. That's not. That's not what I thought was gonna happen. I thought you were gonna be more like organ themed, not just stabby themed. Doing better. I'm still just like, why are you not quick? Why are you not organ themed? You just stab me themed. I wanted to see plumes of steam try to hit me rather than like just stabby your son, though. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. I can win. Don't get stuck on the edge, or else that's gonna suck. Alright, phase 2. Yeah, just like correctly. Stop, frick. Stop. Why are we not?
Who quiero?
I can parry. Learn the silk skills cross stitch. Press R&B. Bind skill around the needle to deflect enemy attacks and instantly strike back. Silk skills can be equipped in the crest screen on the menu. I have a bing. Oh my gosh. And that was a Steam achievement one. Defeat Phantom. Ow! I was like, oh, the door's open. Jump in. Here comes the yellow thing. Frick. Okay. Oh, look. It's the... How does a new skill affect your plans to do groceries tomorrow? Doesn't. It doesn't. I'm just trying to find a bench. Where am I? I'm up there. Where the... That entire area is not gonna have a map, isn't it? There's no map there. Give me a bench. Give me a bench. Yeah. Got a memory login for that. Nice. Okay. Yay. There's a map for the area, isn't there? Heck. Oh my gosh! Sinner's Road! The Sinner's Road map changed too. After I cleared the mist, it's now just a thing that goes around. Huh. Frick. Okay. I'll have to figure that out next time I play this game. I am still finding things in this game that just say, haha, you're not done. What do you mean? Okay, but anyways. Oh, right, I want to check things. I got thing. I got thing. Oh, memory lock it, memory lock it. Wait, no. Yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Wait, hang on. Let me compare that. Yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Oh! It's just better. It's just better. Yellow, yellow, blue, blue. But this is yellow, yellow, blue, blue. Oh my gosh. Well, it's not just better, strictly speaking. It's also, oh, it doesn't appear to have like a skill. Testing. Anyways. Thank you so much for watching. I am gonna raid out to somebody, whoever's awake. That was a lot. I finished a lot. I did a lot. That was a lot done. Techies. Who's live right now who I could raid? I am looking. don't fully, like... I know what I'm doing. There is a streamer who I watch YouTube videos of occasionally and who I haven't really interacted with, but you know what? Fine. We're doing this. He's playing Kirby Air Riders, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah. Like at least 3 or 4 bosses. Dang. Okay, we did a lot of bosses. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome. Always be kind. Keep observing something silly could happen. Like Sunday, where I'll be doing a games show. And you get to decide what games I play, as long as I own them. Or you donate money. Thought I could buy them on the spot. People don't usually take them. Anyways, bye! Also, raid message. Oh, I guess the raid message is gonna be butt damage. Make sure to copy that message, paste it, put whatever emotes you want at the beginning and end of it. And I hope to see you Sunday. It'd be fantastic to see you there. Okay, bye!